effort turn out how you make it. Bet I make it feel amazing. Pressing up against that body, turn you to somebody to me, let me face it. Pretty soul, I make a phase. How did I go from a stranger to someone you hit up when you need a favor? Drop low on occasion, and I bless that heart. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold up, let me take my time.
Move out the way like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. I got a plan. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like, do you know who I am? Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them.
Sun is hitting my face, I'm unfazed, I need this. Calling out my name, say meet me, see these waves. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Regaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Gaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. I would try to hold on, treading water in this big storm now. Try to swim away, crash just like a tidal wave. I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Regaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Feels like gravity can't touch me when I'm here.
dreaming about me?
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Hello everyone and welcome to the grand stage of Esports Excellence. The Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu, in association with the Government of Tamil Nadu, proudly presents the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025 by Skyesports, which is co-powered by AMD, mobility partner is Mahindra, associate partner is the production lab WD and Red Bull, official display partner is Zovi, ticketing partner is Kin, and get your tickets right now guys, because in the next 3 days you'll get to see a lot of amazing actions. Specifically talking about this weekend, it is going to be jam-packed in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium, where you will get to see the top 16 Indian BGMI teams going head-to-head in order to get the best out of 50 lakh rupees of prize pool and the history in making the very first government-backed esports IP. My name is Raider. We do have once again back on the desk Arka. How are you, man? And what are you expecting today, as this is the last day of LCQ?
I'm doing really good, my friend. But again, I feel today I'm expecting a lot of masala, to be frank, because those teams at the very top, we saw Hawaii Soul, they're going berserk in the lobby. All they're doing is picking up as many frags as possible in the initial first two stages of this tournament. And then we have teams like Why Not Esports who are also tending to do the same because they're at the very bottom of the table. But again, the big question arises, do those fan favorite teams make it through? And which among these will be, making sure that they represent their own orgs in the first ever state represented esports tournament?
Oh, it's going to be a tough journey for sure. In these last 6 matches, these 16 teams who have dropped down to LCQ, they will give their best to kind of qualify and eventually get the best job done. I believe teams like Team Seoul, who are sitting on the top of the leaderboard with more than 150 points on the board, they will not have a tough time to qualify.
Yes.
All they have to do, I believe, is just 1 or 2 good matches with 5 to 6 points every now and then they can easily make their cut into the qualifications arena. But there are certain teams, there are big names like Hero Extreme Godlike. There's a big question mark on their qualification in just 6 matches. We were talking about this yesterday as well, and we have to just initiate that conversation once again, that around 90 to 100 points is what they need. Is it possible? What do you think about that, Arka?
I mean, I wouldn't say 90 to 100 points. The reason being, the cutoff right now is 123. All right. And even if it goes to 140 or 50 and it stands there, then Godlike have a good chance. In case it exceeds that number, then probably we are speaking about a number which is going to be crossing 100 points. Yes, 6 games, 2 chicken dinners, and the rest of them with an average of 10 points or 8 points is good enough for them to qualify. And all of this seems to be a little bit impossible looking at the current form.
Not just the current form, but if you see even the contention, there are so many other teams who are willing to do their best, like Meta NINZA. You talked about 123 being the cutoff. K9 is right there with 122 at the 9th spot. Right now, Hero Extreme Godlike is at 73 points. There's a massive gap in between where Meta NINZA is sitting. I mean, 50 points of gap is already there, but there's 6 more matches. That gap can be enormous in the near future. But let's talk about the entire format. 50 lakh rupees worth of prize pool, and at the same point we had semi-finale starting from the 4th of November and then eventually till 7th November. For the next 4 days we got to see 24 teams fighting back every now and then in a round robin method, where every single group had 8 teams. Out of that, top 8 teams qualified directly to the grand finale, but the remaining 16 teams went down to LCQ, and right here we are seeing the LCQ action. Today is the last day of LCQ. That means only the top 8 teams of LCQ will move forward to be the last final 8 teams of grand finale, and the other remaining 8 teams in LCQ, unfortunately their journey will end right here.
Absolutely. And this prestigious 18 teams, when they compete out there in the LAN, you guys do not want to miss it. Trust me when I say this, because everybody are fighting for the last LAN event of the year. and most of them would want to lift this trophy, not only because it's the last one, but also because it's a government-backed esports tournament, and you need to have that feather on your crown for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget to understand how the points are going to be distributed. For teams at the very bottom, they'll be eyeing at the big number, getting that winner chicken dinner. They'll be rewarded with 10 points. Following up, the second place 6, the third place 5, and that's going to dwindle down until the 7th and the 8th position teams is going to walk away with just 1 point.
Big challenge indeed for a lot of teams who are trying their level best to be passive. Eventually their finishes are not really coming through, but there are certain teams who have gone super aggressive with their plays. For example, we have seen Hero Extreme Godlike being super aggressive with their play style. 62 finishes from 73 points. They were able to get 62 points with just finishes, just 11 points of placement points. I think the only team which is on the back foot, or should I say on the back end with Hero Extreme Godlike, is going to be DSG, who has got 5 points of placement and 7 points for the finishes.
Yeah.
But yeah, looking at the participating team, as you can see in front of your screens, guys, Victorious SUMUS, Meta NINZA, Hero Extreme Godlike, FS, Versatile, Marcos, Rising Esports, and Team IQ Soul. From table toppers to the one who are struggling a lot. Every single thing can be seen in these top 8 teams, which you can see right now in the Stars qualifiers participating team list.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one other thing which I've observed among all these teams is they are also under a lot of pressure. Let it be the team at the very tippity top like FS Esports or Team Tamilas. Until the last game of yesterday, Team Tamilas seems like they might not qualify, but a good winner chicken dinner with an initial good start helped them to boost themselves to again retain that podium spot for Team Tamilas, where they stand at the 3rd position with 136 points. So I'm also looking at few teams where the lineup changes have been, the talk of the town, especially the teams on our screens right now. Silopi for FS doing an amazing job, whereas on the other side, after the addition of S-Power and Manya, we're able to see that probably Admino is still not able to catch his rhythm.
It's definitely going to be a problem for Hero Extreme Godlike, as Admino, one of the superstar from that particular team, is unable to perform. But there was some good performances coming in from Esports. Absolutely loved the way Bhumi brought in a 1v3 up against Rising Esports, and then you have individuals like Pew Pew who also have performed quite a bit. Rising Esports on the other corner is yet another amazing team who have struggled quite a bit. The form recently has taken a dip, but I really believe that in the near future they might come back stronger, although there's not a lot of gap left anymore. It's just down to the last remaining 6 matches, and in this they have to buckle up, do whatever they can, and eventually improve their positioning in the entire leaderboard. Although they have got 80 points on the boards, and the cutoff right now is sitting at 123, that means 43 points of a difference. I think there is a possibility, but for that to happen, there is a lot of things that can go wrong for INFINIX Troopers, for teams like AUTOBOTZ Esports, for teams like K9, for teams like Team Tamilas. If they go down, then there's a chance that Rising, Mad Kings, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they kind of buckle up and find their own routing.
I mean, for the first time, I do believe teams in the bottom, let it be Godlike, let it be Mad Kings, Rising Esports, all these teams will be vouching for teams like Team Tamilas or IQ Soul to continuously get those chicken dinners, and then and only then will they have a chance, because the middle fray teams, any team amongst them get that chicken dinner, the number is just going to increase between themselves and the cutoff point. So I somewhere feel that, the strategy is going to be simple. The fans are going to be praying that the top teams continue the domination, especially with IQ Soul looking the strongest in the lobby right now. Look at that. They've got Ledger, they've got Goblin, they've got Joker, who's doing phenomenal when it comes to fragging. Knuckle as well has been doing really good. Thunder comes in place of Joker recently, and he also has been phenomenal with his, firepower. So I feel this team is right now prepared to get the championship for themselves.
Let's see if that's going to be the case, because again, if you talk about the other 8 teams who are sitting poised and calm, already ready for the grand finale from the semi-finals, they will be watching a lot. OnePlus, Godsdrain, Revenant X, Spark, Non-X, Blitz, all those teams who have already managed to qualify right from the semi-finale, they will be putting up a tough competition up against these lads who have gone for the very tough journey of LCQ. But as we can see, Team Soul, IQ Soul have secured 3 winner chicken dinners altogether and 152 points. Team Tamilas, they were able to buckle up quite swiftly as their form was having a very drastic dip, but the last match winner chicken dinner that they were able to get yesterday was able to boost themselves once again back with 136 points back on the board. Honestly, the day 1 performance is yet to come. 72 points on day 1 and 8 points on the next points on the third. Now today we really want to see at least 35 points more on the board so that they can kind of finalize their qualification.
Yeah, absolutely. Whereas I'm kind of impressed with one team out here. I know you're gonna agree with me on this. Victorious SUMUS. They've got around 96 frags so far, and they are the only team, one amongst the team to be frank, because Meta Ninja have also now made it into the top 8 with no chicken dinners, and these two teams are making sure that they qualify into the next round. But the comeback story seems to be real even for K9 Esports, because slowly and steadily we're able to see that they're also able to rake up some finish points. The aggression is paying up for them. The first few games are going to be very crucial for teams like K9, Marcus Esports, Versatile, Rising Esports as well, because these teams, in case they don't land a chicken dinner, are going to be losing that golden ticket to the LAN Finals.
I mean, that's exactly what everybody is fighting for the top spot, for getting that qualification, that ticket to Chennai, to get the best out of it. But yes, guys, let's talk about the top fraggers so far. It's Hydro from INFINIX Troopers, who has done a lot for the team. 37 finishes, 4 more than where FS Levi is sitting right now. Max finishes the 8, one of the highest when it comes to even the max individual finish per match. Amazing, great stuff by his corner. No doubt skillful. Harsh, Jelly, and all the other members from the entire team of INFINIX Troopers, they have done wonders. The only problem for INFINIX Troopers was that they were not able to find their footing in the initial few matches, but lately we have seen them once again being very good with the approach of the circle, and at the same point the control of the circle is something that they have really worked on. Now Jelly is back. Initially we have seen a lot of matches where skillful, I think Harsh and Hydro, and I mean, to be honest, like the exact squad that we really wanted to see with Jelly was not really coming through, but now Jelly is also back, so that's why you get to see that pleasant control also coming in. Then we have Levi, Legit, Dragon, and Fury also coming in, representing different teams. But Legit, so far being the IGL and one of the top fraggers, is an amazing stuff that he is able to pull off.
Yeah, absolutely. Aiko Soul playing the cards right, but Dragon slowly catching up to Legit, might surpass him in case they continue to perform how they've done in the last game of the previous day. But for now, we'll be looking at the schedule. Things are going to remain the same. We're going to start off with the default, end with the default, and in between the matches, again, we're going to see the default ERANGEL map, whereas the second and the fifth map is going to be Miramar, whereas Rondo, the 21st map, is going to write fate for a lot of teams out there and give them an opportunity to either go forward or fall off from getting that golden ticket.
I do believe that it's going to be a very challenging stuff, honestly, for a lot of teams. Honestly, Rondo has been a map where Victorious SUMUS were able to find their footing. Team Soul was able to grind in and eventually get the job done. I believe Mad Kings actually were able to find their momentum, but it's just last Rondo left, and obviously 3 Erangels are there, 2 Miramars are there. So a lot of different variations once again will be there, but that last day pressure is something which is going to be enormous. A lot of teams will be kind of succumbing down to the situation where they know that it's just the final 6 games, specifically talking about teams like Mad Kings and XTREME GODLIKE, to some extent, that they will struggle quite a bit, because it's the last final 6 games that we have got. 18 matches are done and they still are nowhere near to the qualifications arena. So that's exactly why they have to buckle up, and 2-3 whenever chicken dinners might not cut the deal. 2-3 whenever chicken dinners and some good top 3 performances in all the other matches may be able to push them to the qualifications arena. To be honest, for me, it's going to be a miracle if that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, most of the fans out there are also looking forward for a miracle, because shockingly the stats have a different tale to say, right? Because GODLIKE have got just 11 possession points, where our teams who are aiming for 50, 60, 70 who are in the top 8, it's Manya just trying to train his players to just have that 4v4 battles converted every single time. So probably that 62 position point finish points which they've raked up so far, if that doubles in the next 6 matches, and then with that comes 2-3 chicken dinners, then and only then GODLIKE could move forward. But Mad Kings as well, even they are capable of something really good. We have seen them perform well before. In this tournament especially, we're able to see that Clutch God is able to pop off so well. Every single time he comes on the screen, he's either clutching it out or he's either spraying down opponents beautifully to show that yes, the OGs have still got it in them.
I mean, honestly, we have been talking about what Spray God is capable of. Spray God is an individual who loves to play on flank angles. He's an individual who builds angles. He is not that
from Wildfangs
aggressive with this. Yeah, I know, but at the same point, he is not that aggressive with his play style. He loves to build angles. We have seen him in the past days as well, when he was not representing Wildfangs as well. The kind of play style that Spray God brings is always on the flanks, finding some good angles for the team, finding the openings for the team, and that's why he's one of the most lethal assets for Wildfangs. It's just how Sensei is going to like plays that particular card in the lobby, because White Tiger is also there in that same exact team, who is also a very good assaulter.
Yeah.
But honestly, in the entire CEGC scenario, we have not yet seen White Tiger performing the way he used to perform in the last few tournaments. So that has been one of my key notes from the sides of Wildfangs, that yeah, this is the small point that they really have to work on. Otherwise, if you see Sensei, the zone placement, the kind of zone placement and the kind of zone control he is bringing to the table, that's again one of the biggest reasons why Wildfang right now has got a concrete spot and maybe a very good chance for the qualification as well.
I mean, they are the only few teams who have attained the double chicken dinner so far, right? And they've got around
Yeah.
53 points just in possession, and they've got 71 frags, amongst which I believe most of the contribution would be coming in from Spray God. But I somewhere feel that if Sensei is able to, somehow get momentum with his team, make sure that he sticks together and again plays for chicken dinner, we can expect some big numbers to come in, because the last chicken dinner they had was again 15 plus points. So 2 games as such, 30 points, that's more than enough for them to again seal themselves into the top 8. So I'm hoping to see Wildfangs perform a similar way, but I'm kind of concerned for one team out here, and that's going to be Autobots, because initially they were the team to hold the top spot in the overall standing, and suddenly we see them dwindle down to almost the 6th position. The reason being the conversion rate from Arib as well as Lobster seems to be failing a little bit. Their circle control seems to be failing a little bit, all thanks to the teams trying to prioritize the center of the circle first and then try to look out for those frags. So probably Autobots, if they are unable to get those early 10-20 points in the first 2-3 games, they might again come under pressure, and probably the qualification might not take place the way they've thought it will.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, you have pointed a very accurate point, honestly, because that has happened to them in the semifinals as well. In the very onset of the matches, they were able to pull off a very good game of Miramar, but after that, that exact equation of not being able to pull off zone controls, not being able to hold off their compounds, and struggling to like build the momentum has been the case. Having said all of that, let's welcome the match number 19 of CEGC LCQ, and with this particular match, a lot can change. We have Jonathan playing as the player known as Renu for now, from Hero Extreme Godlike. The flight path looks amazing, starting from Brahmos, going all the way towards the Milta Power region, starting from the western banks to the eastern one. But yes, the teams who are eyeing for Severny, Stalber, specifically like DSG, loves to play in Stalber, they'll have to cut off a very big rotation, which can bring in a lot of rotation clashes. Although, I do believe that all the teams are now looking forward to like play a passive game, specifically those teams who are there from the 5th spot to the 10th spot. They want a very passive, good, precise game. But Hero Extreme Godlike, Mad Kings, they can go aggressive because they are in dire need of 25, 20 points of a game.
Absolutely. And look at this, Godlike still, no matter if their qualification is under question, they still want to go fight it out at Pochinki. They've decided that Pochinki is going to be a home ground no matter what. The center of the map is always a great favor to start things off. This time we can see that Godlike have gone in, as quickly as possible to the ground. VXT not far away. It seems like VXT has gone a little bit away from the Pochinki region. Does this mean that Somraj is deciding to give up his location at Pochinki? I mean, this is a question which needs to be answered anytime soon. But yes, VXT, they've also got this habit of going to the nearest place, loot a little bit, get into the vehicles, and then head back to Pochinki. And that gives a different kind of an approach in this game as well. But for now, I don't see any other drop clash as of now, because yesterday, in the initial map, in the stages of ERANGEL, we did see that Team Tamilas were interested in pouncing upon Why Not Esports. They were also interested to take down DSG as well. So these two teams probably this time will be a little more safer. But again, my question stands the same. Radar, do you really think that Somraj has given up his location at Pochinki?
I think, honestly, Pochinki clash between Versatile and Hero Extreme Godlike has turned out in a 50-50 ratio.
Yeah.
Somraj's positioning and Somraj's now backing out of the compounds is a very good chance for Hero Extreme Godlike to find their own momentum. But I have my own questions that why exactly would you like to once again go for a drop clash when you are on the verge of getting eliminated from the entire LCQ equation? That is again a very big question, because even Versatile is not looking concrete at this point. They have 98 points on the board. They are at the, I believe, 11 to 12 spot in the leaderboard. Hero Extreme Godlike is down there at the 14th spot with 73 points on the board. So none of them have got the concrete positioning. Why do you have to take such a risk at this point? But I love the approach that Versatile is like, we are super close to our qualification. We want to go to Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium, Chennai. We want to showcase our fans what we are capable of. And by the way, guys, you have to get the tickets. But no, aimbot goes down by the hands of Jonathan. And JD Gaming, OnePlus K9 will seal the frag. Hero Extreme Godlike is under heavy trouble at this point as there is a triple threat going on. Hero Extreme Godlike, Team OnePlus K9 and now Versatile as well. A lot of teams are fighting back, but what is happening right here? Edwino goes down, Jonathan is knocked out, S-Power, Manya. S-Power is the vehicle moving around. Oh no, Manya gets tagged heavily. He's super low, no first aid, just the boosters to work with. I think this is it for Hero Extreme Godlike. It's a big upset for them. But seems like that the knocked out players are on the verge of getting the revivals. Versatile have chimed in. Question is, who is going to get the best benefit? Look at what S-Power has done. He has taken all his teammates back in the vehicle and gone to safety.
Yeah, Manya on the other side. He's got to be on the receiving end of things. He's trying to keep him distracted. Whereas VXT is going to be the blessing in disguise for the side of Godlike. Yes, Smoker in deep troubles. His angle seems to be a little bit wrong. Whereas Jod is just going to be in the front line. He's going to be holding that spot, waiting for Omega to make that small mistake. The DMR and the close range versus the shotgun. Everybody knows what the outcome could be. But it all comes down to the mind games. JD trying to go a bit forward, trying to make sure he taunts the opponents to, somehow come forward and make sure that he takes that 1v1 battle. Somraj on the other side is also preparing himself. No throwables whatsoever being used so far. Omega goes in for that continuous shot, does a little bit of damage. Now JD Gaming, he's already changed his position. That's make VST breathable. Yes, it's going to be Ninja Dot landing that shot against Slug, putting him down. The confirmation Smoker is going to pick up. The shadow gameplay seems to be going well for VXT.
There's the frag that they really wanted, and now OnePlus K9 is on the back foot. They are second guessing their every single stance. I love the way Hero Extreme Godlike was able to reset themselves there out of the entire area, but seems like that they are once again interested about this particular fight. AUTOBOTZ, they are struggling. Rising Esports, they are fighting back, but AUTOBOTZ Pro is going to retaliate. Sarix goes down, he gets finished off. So much has happened. I was really thinking that this particular game is going to start pretty passive, but no, that's not the case. All these teams who are in a very big hungry mode, hungry for the points, hungry for the finishes, because they do know it's a hybrid point system. They have to work on both the panels to balance the equation, to get the best out of it. But what has Versatile done right here is phenomenal. Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got their own reset, and I can see minimap. In the minimap, there is a small hint of orange coming through, and that's Hero Extreme Godlike. The question is, are they going to commit? They're just waiting for some knockouts on the finish feed. Once that knocks, once those finish feeds are going to get lit by the players getting knocked out, then they're going to push in. But Versatile, Smoker, what are you doing with the D-base in his hand and a pump action with JD? Oh my god, there's the connection. Ninja Jod goes down. This could be a finish for Ninja Jod. Yes, indeed, that is the case. Ninja Jod will get finished off. Hero Extreme Godlike yet to pitch in, but Arshi falls down. There's the fall damage. But this fight is just getting prolonged.
Smoker trying to hold on to his nerve. He knows the importance of him staying alive. Whereas on the other side, Omega, he's got a DBS in his hand as well. It all comes down to the previous IGL and the current IGL right now. Omega Somraj, or let me put it as Smoker and Omega. It's one and the same. I think this team is kind of handicapped at this point of time. They'll have to rush in together if they have to do something different. JD Gaming, he holds on to the shotgun yet again. Smoker is still trying to taunt him, make sure he burns his resources. Let it be even guns, let it be throwables. I don't see anything coming into action. Smoker, the one thing which he's trying to do right now is making sure that he keeps moving so that JD doesn't come in from any different angle to pounce upon him. Somraj still waits. Omega exposes the skull a little bit. That makes Smoker fall back a bit. He needs to be very, very careful from here on.
In a 2v2 equation like this, Hero Extreme Godlike,
Somraj
circling the entire play.
So
Just being very patient with this entire play, but JD Gaming, he finds the opening that was required for the team. Now Somraj is down. Let's see what the other guy, Smoker, can do. All hands down. The last man standing, Somraj gets finished off. No revivals, no survivals. For Smoker, it's a legacy in making, but Hero Extreme Godlike has pitched in. There you go. It's a sandwich situation for OnePlus K9 right now. An entire reset, all thanks to S-Power. And now this team is hungry to get these 3 frags up next. Are they going to get it? Or are they going to lose players of their own? That's what the big question is. Get that grenade going in. JD connects. As on Somraj, and now on Edmino. Jonathan goes down as well. What is happening here? The players are falling like bunch of guns, but there will be retaliation as Power once again is saving the day for the team. Manya as Power, lovely combination. Omega gets finished off, JD Gaming goes down, it's Smoker, the IGL from Versatile who wants to push in. Manya has got a UMP to work with in the close range, but trust me, it's not going to be feasible. But finally, Hero Extreme Godlike will sum it up. The fight which they were bound to lose. In that particular fight, they'll rise like phoenixes. 2 good finishes and the entire team has got the reset now.
This is where I start to question godlike synergy. 4 of you going together, make sure that you get tagged off, or at least 2 players gets taken down, and there is no trade gain coming in. I don't know what's happening, but sometimes it's also about how the throwables are being used. In the initial stages, they did try to put some throwables, lack of information as to where Smoker was, and then you saw JD Gaming. He was exceptional for the longest time. He was standing out there, but godlike, since they've recovered from here, probably that boost in confidence is going to make them lead up to the top 2, top 3 positions. Yesterday I predicted about Team Tamilas that they might get that chicken dinner, and this time I would like to place the same betting on godlike to make it into the top 2 or top 3. AUTOBOTZ Lobster for now seems to be the circle, writing a different tale altogether, putting most of the teams to the southern side of the map. Now we're going to have Mad Kings at the very tippity top. And to the center of the circle, we again say Victoria Summers OS, taking a perfect rotation to the center of the map. The Yasnaya Church region or the Yasnaya Museum region is going to be under their control, as Aiku Soul will start their rotation. Look at how close Aiku Soul was with Godlike as well. They knew that the fight is going to be taking place toward that Pochinki region. They went in over there to see whether they can take down Godlike, and once they realize that they might be losing players, that is when they start to fall back.
This is just the last day shenanigans. Team Soul going outside the circle to hunt down Hero Extreme Godlike. That's what you're seeing at this point. But are they going to get some points out of it or not? One Blade Wildfangs also quick on their feet to get their rotation, find the center compounds. It's just not Victoria Summers who is very good with their rotations, but we get to see even Sensei pulling off something miraculous. And to be honest, Sensei and his entire team has been very calm and composed regarding the final circles. So let's see if that's going to be the case. But DSG, they're falling short of breath. Rising Esports once again connects. There was a moment where we got to see AUTOBOTZ versus Rising Esports, but AUTOBOTZ was able to retaliate. Sarex went down at that point. Now the other few players, they are willing to fight back. Although Hero Extreme Godlike is still stuck outside the circle. They have to move around 700 meters into the circle, but Devotee with that grenade will find Archie. GT Plays was able to get the revival. Mad Kings on the other corner is fighting on a different note. FS versus Wildfang is happening. So much chaos overall. Aryan, is he going to survive? The nade was not that properly cooked, and eventually the placement of that nade was also not that accurate. That's why Aryan did not get taken down. Dashi, she's pushing in, trying to pull through, trying to find the knocks. FS Esports, a big split from the corner. Sahil is fighting from Wildfang. Roman and Levi are fighting from DSG and Rising Esports.
Oh, a small mistake. Again, another textbook mistake coming in from the side of Chitty Place. In case the survival comes through, then the story can be different. Again, Aryan playing mind games, making sure he gives footsteps and not allowing that to happen, and a Molotov tosses in, and that's going to burn down at least one player. But Chitty on the other side uses the IQ, jumps off and tries to come in from a bottom angle. At this point of time, we see Henry's kind of hit. Devotee is a little bit affected with those Molotovs, and Chitty Place, she's already changed that location. She heals herself up, but is she ready for the fight? Because Aryan, he hears the footsteps, and Devotee says, I'm done with this, and he pushes down. And the grip in, that is there, but Devotee says otherwise. Lands in perfection. That's the end of the story for DSG. A valiant effort from their side.
But for Wildfangs, things are not going right. They were able to take the center compounds of Shelter region. But after that, you get to see entire wipeout of Wildfangs as well. Oh my god, this is not looking good for them because they were super close to their qualification. I mean, they are already in the top 8. They wanted to solidify their positioning, one more map out of their equation. This is going to make a tough journey for them in the next 5 games. But remember guys, from 14 November to 16 November, you'll get to see the entire CEGC BGMI LAN action happening in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium. Tickets are available on KIN. Download the app right now, purchase the tickets. So many amazing perks are going to be there. But now, FSC Sports, it feels like that there is someone who is lurking in the shadow, hunting for them, and that's NINZA. Also super close to their qualification, 123 points on the board, but 1+ K9 is right there.
Meta Ninja, another team we need to speak about because so far they've done a decent job when it comes to the overall standing, right? They've got around 123 points, 1 point shy from making a climb up into top 8. With the Wildfang suffering at this point of time, that opens some really big gates for them. But it all comes down to how well they can place themselves in the circle because they don't have any chicken dinner so far. They've got a 44 points in position, but without any chicken dinners, you know what has happened before as well. There's not been many teams who have not had a chicken dinner and made it into the top 8. So, keeping that in mind, Meta Ninja would look forward to one, whereas Victor Sumus, if I have to write a book about how esports could be played without any chicken dinners, I believe that my story would start with OS being the IGL.
No chicken dinners, but persistency in the performances. Every single match that he comes through, he is trying to be there in the top 3. To be honest, it's not the objective to not get a winner with a chicken dinner and then qualify. He's trying. Things are not working out in the final circle. Like, he wasn't able to close off a lot of fights. We have seen that happening for Victor Simmons. But I truly believe that in these 5-6 games that we are left with, something different is bound to happen for Victor Simmons, because this is the final push that we always talk about. Of course, after this, a clean slate in the grand finale in the LAN venue, that's a different type of pressure. We'll talk about that when that comes. But Team Tamilaz versus Hero Extreme Godlike, a team who's at 136 points, have kind of solidified their positioning for now. Specifically after day number 3, they were in the top 4. Up against a team who is in the bottom 4. We're talking about Hero Extreme Godlike. And we know how persistent Team Tamilaz is with regards to their own placement in the zone. They just keep on playing on different angles. They just keep on putting pressure. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they're hungry for the finishes. They know. And if they really want to qualify, they have to push in. But look at how quickly Mr. IGL is just going to fall out of this compound. He just goes back out of the compounds, holding off on other angles, waiting to play with his own teammates. It's a brilliant approach because he knew it can be very, very risky. And although Mr. IGL and the other place, what kind of split is this? Rico is going up north. Mr. IGL is going for Yasnaya Western compounds. Beard Baba and the other guy, they have pushed in through the mother building from Yasnaya Piliana. What is happening? What kind of split is this?
I'm not understanding what's happening here. But what I can understand is how True Rippers are getting churned right now. Aiku Soul, they found another team to, fight with. But I can see that Harsh has got that shotgun, he's got information as well. Harsh's position is going to be so much more crucial. And in the entrance, Harsh puts up a beautiful Molotov, but Legit finds it perfectly. Showing your backs is going to be so hard for you. Again, it all comes down to 1 HP, and what happens at the end moment is Legit gets into the vehicle and makes sure that he uses it as a cover. But from the backlines, Hydro comes and says, I stand the MVP. I wrote the story for INFINIX True Rippers, and he has again stood up for the team. Aiku Soul not winning over here opens the gate for teams in the middle fray. True Rippers, a phenomenal comeback from that fight.
Of course, Hydro and Harsh, what a play from their corner. Harsh was down to like 10% HP, but still, there was a backup from Hydro. That's how the brothers in arms should fight. And INFINIX True Rippers putting up that example every now and then. Of course, they've lost one of their own. That will obviously put them in pressure in the near future. But then, if you talk about solidifying their position in the top 8, they are doing a great job at it. Stuck at the 4th spot right now with 135 points. These 4 finishes will push them quite a bit. Apart from that, they are now eyeing for some placement points as well. So is Why Not Esports. But Team Tamilaz, they know that they're right on the edge of qualification or elimination. That's why they're playing so passively and so strategically, which is a good thing, to be honest. And they have always been a team like that. Dragon, of course, is a very aggressive individual from that particular team. Whenever there is an opportunity, he strikes, and he strikes hard. We have seen that happen. But at the same point, the entire approach has always been strategic aggression, not being just the aggressive one. So that's lovely for Team Tamilaz. It has worked out effortlessly. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they're under pressure. Jonathan goes down. It's AUTOBOTZ who is fighting back. It's AUTOBOTZ who is putting up the pressure. And that's close to the Stalber region. There are so many height advantage area from where Hero Extreme Godlike can be pinned down by the sides of AUTOBOTZ. But Jonathan's revival is something that I really believe is going to be near impossible at this point. It's very, very unfortunate the way he gets caught in the open areas.
No.
And remember, guys, this is the 3rd knockout, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got to be bleeding out very, very fast in this case. Arib understands this. And what does he do? He makes sure that he gets in closer so that S-Power doesn't get close and the confirmation comes through. S-Power, he's got Arib in front of him. Two frontline assaulters will be going in for a fight. Information has been relayed. Ari will need a backup. That's why Lobster comes in from the other side. Shots being exchanged, but nothing takes place over here. Manya comes in as a backup. These two, they're singing songs of death as two player gets taken down. The next one is going to be Pro, but on the other side, Admino comes in as the backlines. Not connecting any kind of shots could be a big mistake.
Lovely.
The last man standing, Pro, is cooking up a grenade. Admino, the last man standing. What can he do? Pro lands it away from Admino, giving a bit of a breathing space. Admino is also cooking up a grenade. What's going to happen over here? Admino comes out, cancels that grenade, but the shot doesn't connect, and it's going to be Pro who stands supreme as AUTOBOTZ eliminate Godlike. Another crusher of a dream. AUTOBOTZ, what a gameplay coming in from their side. For some reason, Admino, he this time almost clutched it out.
He was super close to it, almost got that 1v2 done, but then again in the close range shotgun and the reflexes are the most important stuff. Pro was able to get the better out of it. But trust me, it's just not about a single game. It's about qualification right now. And with this kind of play style, with this kind of disadvantage now, Hero Extreme Godlike is definitely getting pushed even more. As Mad Kings is still alive in the lobby, if you see. And Mad Kings is trying to improve their own positioning. Victorious SUMUS, they are trying to improve their own positioning. So there are so many teams who are trying to like solidify, be the concrete one in the top 8. But teams like Hero Extreme Godlike who were really in need of a big game from 73 points, I was looking forward to see them at least at 90 plus points in this particular game. Really was hoping that maybe they're going to pull something miraculous. It didn't happen, and that will cost them. For sure it will cost them in the near future, as just 5 games are left for them. But for Meta NINZA, we're on the doorway of elimination and qualification up against Marcos outside the circle. Meta NINZA needs to find a good home in the circle and then eventually put up a fight from there. Even in the last few games of ERANGEL, when Zone came in such compounds, Meta NINZA outperformed quite a bit. They were looking very, very strong. Ronnie specifically was super amazing in that particular fight. And I believe at the end, it was Versatile who was able to steal the thunder, get the winner chicken dinner. Such things might happen, but now that Versatile, K9, Godlike, Soul, all of these teams are already out. There's a very big contendership for FS Esports. They can actually pull this through.
I'm still disappointed with Godlike. I don't understand how come they lost that fight. Yes, the man disadvantage was there, but S-Power had such a good angle while Admino was cooking up a grenade. I was just hoping that Admino might be able to backstab, because I see him using an M4 rather than a DBS in that close range in the initial fights. And later he switches it and then he gets one player down. And by then Pro has come way too close. So a lot is going on, and I hope that, you know, they'll be able to build up this energy for the rest of the games. But with Godlike out, again, Wild Fangs, even though, you know, they are not having such a great run so far, I do believe this gives a lot of opportunity for Victorious SUMUS, for AUTOBOTZ, as well as Meta NINZA. Put so many points on the table that they might get qualified next. But Ronnie, he gets shot at from a distance, and Mad Kings, they're into their shenanigans.
Mad King starting off with a good face, but eventually Pro gets taken down. Meta NINZA wanting to fight back. Ronnie goes down by Apollo. There's the first pack for Mad Kings. FS is pitching in. Roman shuts down Clutch God. In the last 2 days, we have seen Clutch God putting up some phenomenal markers on the board. But right now, Mad Kings, the throne is shaky. The dynasty is shaking up. The Shadow, the IGL, is trying to figure out what is that precise location from where they can fight back. Apollo on the other corner is trying to put up the back lines. But Rising Esports, they are pushed in on Why Not Esports. And it seems like that this grenade could find a lot. There goes the grenade. There goes Devotee. I still remember Devotee shutting down Archie from the sides of DSD with a grenade of his own. Seems like that. Irony, Perma repeats.
No.
But Iris goes down. There you go. Iris, Pew Pew, both of them are knocked out. Boomy patching herself. She's down to a very thin wire in terms of HP. But Henry, he's also tagged out. His teammates are down. Now it's just Henry, I believe, who's surviving, as Cyrex was the first one who went down very, very early. So let's see if Henry goes down. Will Why Not Esports reset themselves?
I strongly feel that Henry will try to buy some time. But what Why Not needs to do right now is to make sure they get those confirmations. Aryan Devotee still breathe, and that could be a big mistake. Henry puts one, but immediate retaliation. A beautiful gameplay coming in from their side, in which 3 frags was taken away by 1 player. And I believe from here on, Why Not Esports, even they can build their momentum.
They can, but the impact of their momentum on the leaderboard will not be significant for them. Although it can be very, very different type of perspective for a lot of different teams, to be honest. Because if Why Not starts to perform, teams like Meta Ninja, teams like Mad Kings will have tough time to like really buckle up in the leaderboard. But it seems like that FS Esports are not letting it go that easily. Every now and then when we see Roman, Sahil getting knocked out, they just rise back into the picture and retaliate harder. Meta Ninja now on the back foot. Some, there's a reset happening. Fame was able to revive Some. Grenade goes in. A lot of grenades, a lot of utility play will be coming through with this hovercraft. FS remains unharmed. No fear in the mind. They're already looking super strong, but Fame goes down. Some retaliates. He will sum up Roman. Get the final finish. Not just Roman, but from the other corner, it's Sahil also who is getting tagged off. So FS Esports now is in shambles. They were looking absolutely strong, but one good overcommitment. And from the other side, there will be advantages for a lot of other teams. Sahil, Roman, they're done. Lovish Levi will be playing for the survival points now.
Things are turning out to be way different than we expected it to be. FS, they're in the top 2, and it seems like they're eager to make sure that they end the tournament, or at least this phase of the tournament, being on the top of the table. 144 points is what they had, and add another 9 and they're already at the top of the table. On the other side, Team Tamilas, they're holding on to those man advantage. So does the side of AUTOBOTZ. Why Not Esports for the first time are looking pretty decent, even though they're losing players one after another. But with the circle control, I believe it all comes down to how True Rippers are going to ride fate for the others. If they get a chicken dinner over here, they could do the top spot. AUTOBOTZ, they're trying to do their best. Lobster comes in, beautifully driven, puts down Hydro, the strongest link. But Lobster immediately gets traded off from the other side. Hush gets that information. And this is where Ari, his location is also going to be a little bit hard. And there goes another grenade. AUTOBOTZ, they're just running over every single player from True Rippers. And that's why Harsh is like, you know what? I'm going to get closer to a hard cover. Ralph and Ari in front of him. Grenade been cooking. And from the other side, Team Tamila says, you know what? We're going to be coming in and we might be able to eat some out here.
Grenades from both the sides, but Ralphie's grenade was able to spot Lobster, his own teammate. And that is going to cost Team AUTOBOTZ a lot. Ralphie puts down his own teammate, and then one by one, it's INFINIX True Rippers and Team Tamilas from the back ends putting up their own efforts. Now it's Harsh, the last man standing. He was strong up against IQ but can he perform up against Team Tamilas?
Nope.
Oh, there you go. They know the positioning. This good grenade, absolutely precise. Mr. Raja will find the sweet spot to hit on. 5 teams surviving, 13 players still out there. Marcos Esports, a very big contender for the winner of the chicken dinner right now. FS Esports is Levi, Lovish and Levi. These 2 players, they are still out there. Oh my god, Levi had no idea that there is an M4 4X already panning on him by Rico. Good connections. Levi goes down, and for Lovish to go that corner, get the revival done, it's going to be a challenge as his vehicle is already in smokes.
Rico still standing and trying to control that recoil and finally goes flat on his belly. I was about to say that he might get tagged off if he still stands though there. But finally, he falls back to pick up a buggy and then rotate around trying to find themselves inside a circle. Whereas ME, they've done a decent job so far. They've already found 2-3 places. Why not as well? They've got the center of the circle, and Team Tamilas know that this is the right time for them to pounce on towards the side of Why Not. Puts down one player. Rico is collecting information at a distance, and once he's gained some, now he's also going to be stepping in. Mr. Rigel down on his knees. I don't know whether they're going to go in for the revival. Even if they do, will the blue let them breathe?
Lovish, his position is revealed. Rico is going to go for a molly. But can Lovish strike? Big unfortunate situations for Team FS Esports as Levi is down. Now Lovish, there you go. He gets spotted some pre-fires, but these smokes, they are putting up a good cover. Marcos Esports have got a very good chance, but the thing is now that Team Tamilas have taken the circle, compound circle area and the control of the circle. For Marcos to enter and get up in a chicken dinner, it will be a big hefty challenge. But Meta Ninja is out. That gives Marcos a very good opportunity to kind of solidify their own position and build up a lead of their own. A lot can happen with this match going down to the hands of Team Marcos Esports. Things will change. And now Lovish, he has been spotted, I guess. The Dreams. This was a scout that he is working with. Like, he is just pushing in with a vehicle, trying to get the information, trying to provoke the opponents to build in sprays, and then eventually the other guys can retaliate. That's a bait and fire tactics coming through. But none of the connections have been made so far. A standstill for now. For the last 50 seconds, we have not yet seen any connections being made. Lovish knows the exact position but has run out of utils. He is going to strike. but at the worst time for Team Tamilas, probably, which will put Team Tamilas in a very big offset equation. Let's see what he's going to do. But now Team Tamilas, all those grenades, all the utils that they have saved up, now they are using all of them. But Eggy goes down. Beer Baba cooks another one. Beautiful nade.
Loish, he's gonna be the kingmaker. He's gonna ride fates here. As Dreams gets taken down, you've seen the projectile of that grenade, and that's why he's gonna toss him one. Gamla Boy makes a daring move, gets in closer. It's gonna be a different tale altogether. Dreams is trying to do his best, but Team Tamilas, they don't let them breathe. Loesh is outside of the blue, and now Team Tamilas can write another chicken dinner in the name. They're trying to do their best because they know Ralph's location. It's a 1v3 situation. It's gonna be so hard. Ralph is cooking a grenade, making sure that he explodes himself inside it. But the blue zone on the other side is also trying to do his best. Loesh from the back lines did try to do some tag, but that's not going to help them whatsoever. And Team Tamilas, they reign supreme and they walk away with that winner chicken dinner.
Oh, for a brief moment, it was like maybe there is a good chance that Loish is going to strike hard, and eventually he was able to get a good knockout. But Marcos Esports, they did not have the circle control, and that's exactly where I believe Team Tamilas was able to build their entire game. They held that circle control by pushing on Why Not Esports. They took that shag, that boulder that Why Not Esports was holding, and then eventually the entire control came in their favor. FS Esports was already pinned down as Levi was taken down, and even before that, Meta NINZA and the other teams like Marcos striking on Roman and Sahil OP. All the job for FS Esports was now very, very complex. So I think Lovish did a wonderful job of surviving till the end and making sure that he still delivers for the team, gets few finishes, gets few knockouts, maybe a possibility of a winner chicken as well. They were super close to it. If Marcos Esports' Ralph could have connected some dots at the end moment, maybe things would have been different. But nevertheless, he was pinned down, and that's how the winner chicken went down.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I know that, we can break this down in several ways, especially where we saw that Marcus Esports made the biggest mistake of their life by trying to take a vehicle and run the opponents over when there was no smoke cover whatsoever. Because when you're coming in front of an opponent and there is no smoke, obviously your head is going to be exposed. And that's how Team Tamilas were able to counter it out. One special thing which they did, which helped out Team Tamilas to attain that chicken dinner, is how they restricted Loesh from getting inside the circle. Rico's job was to just restrict one player, and he did a beautiful job. When we're going to be breaking down more of such fights on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading into a short break. See you guys on the other side.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me?
दिल बोले बूम
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
This is not just an event, it's history, big and written, because right now in Chennai, there's some tickets being sold. If you guys are from Chennai and you're wondering that, you know what, it's been long, we have not enjoyed an esports tournament, we would love to see a LAN event happening in your city. Actually, it is happening, guys. All you have to do is book your tickets and make sure that you head on to Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium this November 14 to 16, because the biggest esports tournament is going to take place over there. It's already started, to be frank, and BGMI tournament is going to be taking place over there. We're going to be telling you more details about this as we are seeing the next best 8 teams qualifying there. With me on the desk is going to be a bit of a switcheroo, as Necros is going to be coming back in. This was how the city crumbled, my friend. In the previous game, Team Tamila took that.
Oh, that has been an incredible ride for the likes of Aiku Team Tamila so far in this entire LCQ. And one of the biggest contributors in the last match was definitely Beard Baba with 4 finishes. He might be just dwindling down in the MVP rank, but that doesn't actually bother much because this is last chance qualifiers. You have to be in the grand finals, and that is what matters the most. And while Aiku Team Tamilas with this chicken dinner, they have total of 4 chicken dinners in total in their bag out of the entire match summary, Arka. The storyline was completely different for FS and the other teams.
Yeah, absolutely. The best contribution coming in from Smoker, even though it was the initial stage of the game, shows his commitment to the team. Harsh as well has done a beautiful job. Devotee and Beard Baba, we saw them at the final moments shining out bright. Best rating Team Tamilas for the overall 4-point rating of having both finishes as well as position points. But Harsh picking up the pace for his team, for his teammate Hydro, is a treat to the eyes.
Jumping onto the match standings, a lot of points being accumulated by a lot of teams right there. FS walking away with 15, Aiku Team Tamilas, this was a 20-pointer game for them. But going down the charts, you've also got NINZA with only 5 points, and then you've got Mad Kings, Aiku Soul with a single-pointer game for themselves. Victorious SUMUS after a long time, they have been dropped down to the second chart, while Hero Extreme GODLIKE, a team who had to take a lot more points in today's games. It seems like it doesn't have that flow yet, and it is not a great start for them so far in the final day.
Yeah, absolutely. Whereas the top spot is now going to be taken by FSC Sports, and closely coming is going to be Team Tamilas yet again, rising from their ashes with 156 points, 89 finish points, and 67 position points. This team is looking unstoppable. Team Aiku Soul as well, even they're having a good run by the looks of it. These are the 3 teams who are setting a bar. Even if we consider the cutoff to stand at 150 points, I think these 3 teams will walk away with the golden ticket.
Yeah, there is a big opportunity for that. We're talking about the other set of 8 teams. They're trying to be in the top 8. While one played Wild Fangs, they're not very far. One good match and they will be good to go in the top 8 alongside Marcus Esports. But for Versatile, can't say the very same. They need really big matches, not something of what just happened in the map of ERANGEL. Versatile, they have to come with some more versatility and have to bring up at least 2 more chicken dinners out of the 5 games that are left today.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one other thing which I love the most in this points table is how close the cutoff is starting to turn out to be. Because NINZA 128 points, K9 125, Wild Fangs with 124, and then you have Marcus with 121. Versatile, if they walk away with a chicken dinner, even they're going to have 120 points. So any of these teams can still make it through. The competition is still high, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be stepping into the next map. It's going to be the map of Miramar, and after which we're going to be left out with just 4 more maps.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. And every match is going to be really interesting, specifically talking about the map of Rondo. This is going to be really interesting to see how things are going to turn around, because once again, in every other Rondo that we've witnessed so far in the LCQ, the storyline and the entire game has been amazing. Completely fulfilled off with the finishes, every team scoring a lot of points in that particular map, because once again, that's a game-changing map. You get the recall option, and Rondo is always really helpful for the teams as well, laying low in the overall ranking. But today, Rondo can serve as that one key map from where you can literally turn the overall standings upside down and maybe qualify in the top 8.
And you're just giving some hope for the teams out there who are disappointed. Trust me when I say this. They'll be like, okay, Rondo is coming. Probably my team will get 10 finishes before they get eliminated. They're going to recall, get another 10 finishes and a chicken dinner. 130 to 40 point comes in. They're holding around 70 points now. So 110. Oh, probably they can make it. But, all of this seems impossible. I don't think so. In this game so far, anybody has done it. But in case some team does this, trust me, it's the history in the making. They're going to be joining another feather to their crown, telling that, yes, we not only made a comeback, but we were also a part of a LAN event which was organized by the government of Tamil Nadu.
Oh, exactly. And you know what? In the past days, we have seen some of the teams getting back-to-back 3 chicken dinners in 3 back-to-back games of maybe different maps, of course. But it has been a long time that we witnessed a performance like that. Yes, Meta Ninja did something similar of
Yeah.
getting 3 back-to-back #2 yesterday, but talking about the chicken in a pot, that is something that I really wish we can witness in the last day. I mean, again, keeping the hopes alive, maybe, kind of boosting the confidence of the teams. Those are still lying in the bottom 8, but if that thing just happen and we can witness this in the very last day of LCQ, I can just be a very good audience and enjoy the show.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case. But for now, I think, there might be a change in momentum. The teams in the bottom, they'll be like, guys, we have nothing to lose. Why don't we just ruin the game for the others? The intention is going to be pretty simple. Let's try to target those teams who are at the 7th, 8th, 9th position. Try to put them out of the game so that, we won't have a competition for the 8th spot. And then with those points, we'll try to rake up a chicken dinner so that we get closer to that 8th position. So probably this is what the teams in the bottom will be looking out for. Whereas the teams on the top, like IQ Soul, or let it be Team Tamilas or AUTOBOTZ, they might go bonkers. They're going to be like, you know what, let's not bother who's there in the lobby. What we're going to do right now, just rush into the opponent's doors, knock them, slap them out of the tournament, and make sure that you have a very good confidence when you enter the LAN event.
Oh, exactly, and this can be a really good strategy if you ask me. And
Yeah.
once again, I mean, when you have nothing to lose, there is always a lot of things to gain, and maybe you can have a shot. You never know.
Yeah.
The teams might just crumble down, and at this moment, there are slight chances. And for at least Versatile, there is a big chance. They're in the 100. They've crossed the 100 marker. One good game, a 20-point a game, they will be close enough to One Blade Wildfangs. Those are just their neighbors right now in the overall standing. So things can just go upside down at any moment. So every match still counts for the team from the 5th position to the 10th or 11th, if you ask me. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to dive into the map of Golden Sand as the Miramar is all set. Because now it is time for the flight path to come in, where it's starting from Minas del Sur and ending in the northern side of Impala.
Now, I know that the circles has always been the default ones trying to be on the mainland. I'm just praying for the circle to go to that small island next to Impala to make things much more interesting, because that is when the teams will have to play the fullest potential. Few of them are going to be questioned with their capability, but the drop clashes, that seems to tell a different tale altogether. Is there going to be any drop clash in the map of Miramar? We'll have to wait and watch.
We have seen this in the areas of El Pozo earlier on, even in the areas of Monte Nuevo, where we have seen the clash of IQ Soul as well as Why Not Esports previously. I'm not quite sure whether they're going to adapt to that very same circle, because IQ Soul, they have a little bit of versatile drop locations in the entire map of Miramar. They've changed the drop location in a couple of maps, in a couple of games of Miramar, sometimes going in the areas of Cruz del Valle, then coming down to the areas of Monte Nuevo. Well, but this time they're also traveling towards that area of Monte Nuevo. Not quite sure about whether they're going to reach safe and sound or not, because they are gliding alongside the players of INFINIX True Rippers. But in the down south, you've also got Hero Extreme Godlike going in the areas of Puerto Parecio. Later, we have seen some of the teams trying to rotate towards that end, and that can be Meta NINZA down south.
156 points is what Team Tamilas hold right now. And even if we consider that to be the cutoff, there's a high chance that many teams can reach that number. From the 7th, 8th, 9th to the 10th position, any of these teams can do wonders. With Versatile hitting a 100-pointer, in the rest of the matches, 100 points, 10 points each, even they can make it through. So the competition is going to get tougher, my friend. But for now, all eyes on Godlike. Can they do something miraculous? All eyes on Why Not and DSG. Will they leave a mark before this tournament ends for them?
For them, these two teams, they're here to just prove their worth. They're here to just prove that it's an opportunity that they've got in the entire LCQ of CEGC 2025, and they don't want to waste it. As you mentioned, a mark is really important. But for you guys watching us live, once again, it's a small reminder that the tickets are already live for the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025 BGMI Grand Finals from 14th to 16th of November this month. So if you haven't got your tickets, haven't booked your tickets, go to Keen, book your tickets right now, because I really don't want, or even we in total, don't want you guys to miss the opportunity. If you are from Chennai, this is a really, really good opportunity. The event is happening in Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, so do not miss the opportunity. But again, coming back in the conversation, yes, why not esports, DSG? These girls, they have showcased a lot, specifically when you talk about why not. Bhumi, Babybot, they have some exceptional skills, Arka.
Yeah, very much. And it's not wrong for us to say that these might be the stars in the making, because a 1v3 against the T1 team is no joke. And let me tell you this, they have not got much experience in the T1 lobbies as well. Or rather, we have not witnessed them in the T1 lobbies lately. So in case they do have that kind of an exposure where they get slots in the T1 lobbies or the scrims, they play well, they understand the opponents, and they come back in the next upcoming tournaments, I believe that they'll be a very good contender to be in the top 8 of the country.
No doubt about it. The kind of skills they have, the kind of confidence they're gaining slowly and gradually. If they get used to these kind of lobbies frequently, if they qualify for tournaments like this, they will be among the top teams. There is no doubt about that. But talking about the other teams as well, Victoria SUMUS, they are sitting in the 6th position of the overall standings, having 136 points on the board. They had a phenomenal day yesterday. The start of today's games has not been that pleasant. It's quite understandable. 1 or 2 games can just go down south. But right now, it's the map of Miramar. And Victoria SUMUS have been really great lately in this map, in this particular map.
Yeah, true. Apart from Victoria SUMUS, we can also add Team Thamilas. We can also add True Rippers, who have done a decent job in this map. We have also lately seen that teams like Wildfangs tend to survive until the final moments. So let's see whether that's going to be the case. But, in the recent past, according to the stats, Shadow was able to bring his team to every single official LAN event so far. He's got that another feather to his crown from the side of Mad Kings. And a lot of people were expecting him to again bring the same team to a LAN event by the end of this year. With that expectation, I'm hoping to see Mad Kings also survive in this map of Miramar to get a good game.
Oh, that's for sure. Mad Kings, they're also in some dire need of points. They have got some really good players on the line. On paper, this lineup is really good. And even in the recent past tournament, they have done some really decent performances. They've showcased us what they're capable of. But a lot of eyes are on these players. Espower, Jonathan, Edmino. And now their IGL Mania leading to 3 big MVPs in the chart. But their outing of them has not been quite great. If you kind of compare the matches from semi-finals to LCQ, this performance in semi-finals was way too better than what they have done in the LCQ.
The last chance qualifiers. The name itself is a lot of pressure, don't you think so? The last chance. It's either now or never. I mean, it's not just about, the last chance for you to qualify to the LAN. It's the last chance for you to be a part of a LAN in this year. It's the last chance for you to, make sure that your team trusts you to lock you in with them for the rest of the next 6 months, because that is also going to be very much important. But FS now suffering in the hands of DSG. It's not a small thing. Levi, he's the closest. RC sees him, goes in closer. He was holding a grenade, made a small mistake. Luesh will be the last man standing. Can he do something over here? As the confirmations go in their hand, FS are starting to suffer a lot, as Luesh is going to be tossed with a lot of grenades going to his backs.
This is going to be a big fight against, but FS, they have big momentum. The grenades are on point, almost quite precise. Sahil, how is he surviving? That's a big question. I can't even see his HP. But now he has to heal. He has to take 2 steps back. FS goes for a reset. Also gives some breathing space for the likes of DSG. But the important part is somebody has to go for a flanking angle, and Archie, it seems like she has some intentions about it. But if she's caught off guard, it can be problematic, and eventually she falls. Kuhu, she's trying to cook up a nade, trying to get one good connection, but that's a little overcooked. Damage has been done, but not good enough to get a knock. And DSG, they're trying to do everything that they can, but FS, they're just too good.
DSG is showing some phenomenal performance out here. Look at the composure. No matter how many grenades being tossed in, they're still holding on to that position. And both of them decide to do one thing, fall back for now. Shu understands getting to the hard compounds and trying to get a high ground is going to be a wiser decision, where her teammate will try to, hold back the complete squad of FS. She's able to reach to her destination. Now things can be a little hard for Harshi. Loesh comes in with a different angle altogether. They don't realize there's another team close by. As Marcus Esports, they're also inching in closer. And Kushi gets taken down. And it's all done and dusted for them because Arshi will now be pounced upon. A grenade to heal her, to damage her. And then comes the shot from Roman to end the things for DSG.
They've made a lot of noise already. 4 finishes backed up. Levi has been taken down, one of the key players of FS in the previous match itself. And all the sound has been heard by the neighbors. Marcos Esports inbound. They will be looking forward to get some finishes out there from the side of FS if it is possible, but not quite sure. FS, they decide they just should leave this place. They've made a lot of commotion. And in Miramar, you just never know from where you can get ambushed. And at this moment, this is just a pleasant start. One team already down and out, DSG, they're out, but right now it's going to be Team Rising Esports against Mad Kings, Shadow, Apollo, both players knocked out. Mad Kings have to be really quick in order to just complete this fight. They've lost one. I don't think even Apollo is going to survive much longer. And Rising Esports, slowly and gradually, but they have made their mark.
Dutch God gets taken down and pressure starts to mount on the Kings. And with that comes the final shot. And the Kings have been packed and sent back home. RIE, what a game this has turned out to be for them as well. Henry and Cyrax, both of them in unison to get 2 frags each, placing them at a very good spot. And the circle heading towards the Valle del Mar region. This is going to be a cakewalk for Godlike to get a good compound in the Valle del Mar region. But they'll have to be very, very quick in doing so.
Exactly. Talking about all the calculations that I was just doing a few moments ago, I feel like Rising Esports, they're still trying to go with that little ray of hope in their entire overall standings that, okay, if we can get at least like 50 points, 55 points on a 10-point average in every match that we play today, there can be a slight opportunity that, yes, we might qualify if the teams in the middle crumble down. Maybe they're trying their best to get those points for their side. The previous match was not that great, if you ask me. They even didn't get a lot of points out there, but why not? They're tracing the rotation of Aiku Soul right now. Just downhill, 2 players rotating. The shots might just get fired, but I'm not quite sure that they're going to get any outing or any opening against them.
Why not? I like their aggressive approach, if you ask me. They're not shying away from any kinds of fights, and due to which they'll be gaining a lot of confidence. Team Tamilas on the other side, they're going to be pounced upon because Marcus Esports, as soon as they understood they put on 2 players, they head right into the opponent's faces. Mr. IGL being revived from one corner, and from the other, Beer Baba needs to be revived at this point of time. Gamla Boy and Dream, they both come in closer and then realize probably it's not the right thing for us to do and head on to the nearest hard drop.
It's really important to be in the hard covers, but Aiku Team Tamilas, they are a well-oiled machine right now. They know how to counter every other strategy at this moment. They're literally flying in the overall standings. Yes, they might not be on the top spot, but they still know how to take the fight. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got some involvements to deal with, as One Blade, Wildfang, Sensei and Tiger has been decimated out of this lobby. 2 players down and out in a blink of an eye, but the shots will be fired. That can be a little risky for Hero Extreme Godlike, but now Manya goes back, takes 2 steps back, because now it's Spray God just right in front of their eyes.
Spray God will have a different approach altogether from here on. Obviously, he's lost all his players. He's the solo man standing. Miramar has been his strongest forte, so he'll have to survive. Look out for some dunes and hard covers. Whereas Dragon on the other side gets confirmed by the side of Marcus Esports. Team Tamilas have been weakened a little bit, or weakened by at least 50%, because Mr. IGL and Rico are the only 2 men standing. And Marcus Esports, since they're not in the top 8 yet, they look forward to, have a really strong game out here.
They are. And once again, they will be looking forward to get some more finishes, more and more as much as possible. Fico Soul. This is kind of split that I'm liking. They are playing it really confidently. They are working on their gun game. They are quite aware that there is no way that they're falling out of the top 8 at this moment. They've crossed the 150 marker. And right now, they can just freely take fights and improve their coordination with Thunder, because he's playing in the place of Goblin. And then you have Knuckle, Legit, and Joker, all the 3 other players. The synergy is really important with Thunder. And we have also heard these announcements in the recent past that, okay, Thunder will be coming in and he will be regular in the team. He will be swapping players, but definitely he will get the chance to play. And now this is a really big opportunity for Thunder. He's been a part of Medal Esports. He have outshined every other player when he was under that banner. And right now, being able to play under the banner of Soul, it's a big responsibility as well.
OS goes in for a spray. It's going to be a very valiant effort with no damage whatsoever. Even though there was a bit of damage, but he was not rewarded with any kind of knock. So, Victoria Summers, they're looking forward for some fights.
This is going to be an interesting part of the game. Players trying to get these finishes. They want to climb the ladder, but also it's a slow phase of the map of Miramar. Teams aware of the positionings of their opponents, just close to their vicinities, but kind of just waiting for the right moment to strike in, just like Esports. Waiting for the right moment to just maybe barge in and take the fights, while ERANGEL and GODLIKE, they've got some really tough business up the hill. That's going to be met at NINZA.
GODLIKE. A more composed GODLIKE is what we're witnessing now. Trying to prioritize the center. Everybody are in the vehicles. They're waiting for the next circle to take place. Manya inch closer. A 3v1 split from their side. Obviously, Manya will look forward to, somehow get a strong footing inside this circle. So does Jelly. So does Legit. With the complete team going in for an early rotation. All the IGLs are thinking similar at this point of time. Except for Shadow. Yes, there is a 1v split from Meta NINZA, but it's not like Shadow is looking forward to enter the circle quickly. Whereas on the other side, Omega, from the lateral error region, even he's trying to, go in for a deep rotation. RIE will be meeting them on the course of time, or over the course of time, but Thunder, he strikes against why not, gets one confirmation.
Important for getting the knockouts and getting the confirmations, but it seems like now Ico Soul, he will be focusing more on getting inside the circle, which is really important. But now it's going to be 1 plus K9 just rotating side by side. Shots might just get fired. Damage has been done. Joker, that's an exceptional play. And JD Gaming, he's running for his life. There is no way he can take a fight at this condition. He's surrounded. He's wounded. And Legit can literally take a very, very big advantage if he wants so.
K9 sandwiched between 2 players each of Ico Soul on either sides. But still, they somehow escape. Distance Joker sees them with that mini, tries to take some pot shots. Won't be registering any kind of damage, but that's enough to put fear in the hearts of K9 to get away from this position. As True Ripper's Hydro will be the next person to walk in the crosshairs of K9. Slug is trying to do his best. Gets behind the hard cover. Omega says, what's more important for us to get in the hard cover, but fails to do so. He gets taken down as JD Gaming and Ninja Boy will now have a task to give the cover fire and get him to safety.
Omega's revival is really important for the likes of 1 plus K9, but if you talk about INFINIX True Rippers, they're also there. We'll be looking forward to get some finishes this time. Jelly was an early goner in this match. 3 players left. Hydra looking forward to again lift up the banner and do some heavy lifting. But only Wildfang's Spray God, this man, he's a monster when he's in form or when he has the flow inside a match. But right now, not having enough teammates to support, not having any teammate to support him in the match, he is completely in a back foot.
K9, 8th position, 125 points. And they are under pressure. It's pretty much visible out here. Yes, they've got all four men standing, and they might look forward to get at least a 5 to 6 points in this game so that they don't lose that 8th position spot. But Wildfangs, even they are in the game. 124 points at the 9th position. We have got Marcus Esports, 121 points at the 10th position. Versatile, 100 points. So all these teams are neck-to-neck fight, under pressure. Let's see which amongst them will turn out to be diamonds.
Going to be an important one. Slowly and gradually, every team is taking a lot of time. The teams those who still have a shot in the top 8 spot, the teams those who are in top 8, every team is looking forward to play it slow and steady without committing any mistake, which is really important because when you know if you're in top 8, if you commit a mistake in a single match and you go with a 0-point a game, you never know that one match can cost you a qualification later on, and then you will be just crying in the corner that if I had only played the match a little bit more carefully, things could have been different. But right now the circle has shifted towards up north. Rising Esports will be pretty happy alongside VXT and IQ Soul. They are in the northeastern quadrant alongside AUTOBOTZ, and that this fight is going to be really crucial for IQ Soul, because if they wipe out the entirety of AUTOBOTZ, they will have a lot of breathing space inside the circle.
Stage 4, and that breathing space is now gonna shrink so much that all these uninvited guests are just gonna turn into foes. Arib needs to be careful. He's got to be shot at. Oh my god, Joker with that mini for now is looking impossible to counter. Pro gets in closer. Thunder realizes this. Wanted to use a Molotov to push him at bay. It was successful from evading him. The more Thunder allows a player to stay alive, the more problems AUTOBOTZ are going to fall in. As Thunder is cooking up a grenade, information is going to be relayed. Ralph in deep troubles. On the other side, Lobster's location finally comes into play. Thunder, with no HP whatsoever, still survives. Nakul gets in closer. Ralph gets taken down. Arib, the last man standing. Now he'll have to run for his life, or else he might get decimated.
Even if he runs, Zarka, there is VXT in the backyards. It's not going to be an easy task for AUTOBOTZ to enter the circle. It's a sandwich situation altogether for Arib. He has to stay intact inside the compound, but can't stay for a very longer period of time because IQ Soul, they will be literally dumping bombs inside the compound to explode him out. Thunder arrives with some Molotovs and action. Arib with the DBS all set. The stun grenade is there. Can't afford to make any errors. Can't afford to lose any more teammates. Thunder goes up the roof. He wants to go and use this topographic advantage to his benefit. While Arib has a good read about it, he wants to go inside the compound and play along with it. Doesn't want to commit anything else, anything extra. Just want to make sure that he goes down with at least one more finish added to their entire bag. While IQ Soul, they will be coming in from all the directions, and Arib won't be standing a single chance, which will mark the end of AUTOBOTZ in the map of Miramar.
Far away, I see another rivalry brewing up. It's Godlike versus True Rippers. One player down from True Rippers. The confirmation might come through, and this is for the first time I see Godlike with all foremen standing in the 4th stage and have got 5 frags already in their name. An important game for them. True Rippers trapped as Marcus Esports wants to put an end for them. Harsh cooking up a grenade, needs to be careful. Kyolamau on the other side is also trying to do his best, but at a distance, S-Power gives the bit of opening, says, this is our prey, don't get any more closer. As Eggy is also going to be shot at from a distance. Marcus are losing one player after another. It's going to be Omega adding into their sorrows, and I don't think so that Marcus will be able to survive after this.
Ralph OG's finish has been registered by Spower, Mania and the company. They're still trying to steal away the finishes from that edgy area. But 1+K9, they will be just above their heads. It's going to be a tough task. Admino is way too close. There are 2 teams just on the right hand side. 1+K9 alongside IQ Team Tamlas. While Mania and the company, they're keeping an eye on the players of Rising Esports from the western side. Devotee's quite close by. The shots will fired. Manya's position completely compromised, and Devotee's need might just give a good amount of damage to Manya, but he completely dodges it.
Jonathan Picks up a grenade, gets himself prepared, and Admino needs to watch out for his backs. Because right in front of them are the deadly Team Tamilas, the kings of Miramar, and they know when to strike. S-Power puts up a grenade with no information, won't be reaping any benefits out of it. Picks up a vehicle, tries to move around so that he can gain information. The information is given, it's gained, and now he cooks another grenade. Ninja Boy, they need to be careful about his projectile. As Manya, oh my god, Manya, he keeps trembling down. Ninja Boy gets taken down. JD Gaming needs to be careful now. He's the front line at this point of time. Another grenade is got to be tossed in, but doesn't do much damage. Yes, a bit of it. And his power starts to pop things off. Admino goes in closer to get all that distraction. Will be successful this time around, Godlike. They'll be getting their 10th elimination. But is it too late? Because from the other side, it's got to be Team Tamilas who's starting to pick things off. Admino's revival comes in. S-Power is trying to be the defense. Rico gets in closer. Rico knows the information. Rico has 2 grenades. Will they do any kind of damage?
Here Extreme Godlike have to split apart if they want to still continue in this match. IQ Team Tamila's Rico has been doing wonders for his team. Now the smoke path being laid from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike. They need to enter the circle. 133 meters is what they have to travel so far. Admino on a split. Jonathan and the company in a different area. Admino has been spotted. The knock might just arrive. Admino is just too late in exiting the vehicle. Rico will definitely take this advantage to his favor as he has to fall back. There is no finishes so far for IQ Team Tamilas, but they are making sure that Hero Extreme Godlike doesn't enter the circle under their watch.
Oh, that has been the objective from the get-go, if you ask me. I don't think so. Johnny can make it through as well. As the confirmations come in, S-Power somehow finds his footing inside the circle, but he needs to be careful because a bird's eye view is what Team Tamilas have got for themselves. Not only that, now they've got information about Aryan as well.
Oh, Jonathan, he gets taken down. 10 finishes backed up for Hero Extreme Godlike. The end could have been different, but right now even S-Power, he doesn't have a lot, but it's okay. He's got a med kit for himself. He's got 8 bandages, 4 first aids to work out with. Man has done wonders being a solo player. He has even won games for his team. Now it's the time once again S-Power has to do something, but Bhumi and the company, they're facing the backlashes against Victorious Summers. They are in the top 6. Victorious Summers, after a bad game, they have risen up. 1 point already accumulated with the finish, but this one nade will do the damage. Why not Esports? Taking exit in the 6th spot, while Rising Esports, they're being taken down one after another by the players of VXT.
Rising Esports, no chicken dinner so far. They're also looking decent. And let me remind you, they're at the 10th position and they're looking forward to enter. They're in the 11th position and they're looking forward to enter into the top 8, for which they'll need a chicken dinner with a lot of finishes. Whereas VXT on the other side, even though they've got inch closer, 101 point is what they've got, and they need to be careful. Because I don't think so it's going to be a cakewalk for these two teams. Rising Esports have got 84, I'm sorry. That makes it even more tougher for them to deal with all this pressure. S-Power survived for the longest time possible. Rico is now, kind of facing what the Godlike did in the previous one. Mr. Rigel gets taken down. End of the story for Team Tamilas. That means S-Power can survive for a bit longer.
Yes, he has to. Going for the heal battle approach. 10 finishes racked up. If you can anyhow find a total of 6 placement points, that should be more than enough for Hero Extreme Godlike. But right now, he's been tossed up. One good nade of Mafia can ruin the game. And it is in the right spot, but not exactly in the pinpoint precise location to take down Samraj. But this artillery strike should do the damage. But Mafia goes up close personal, takes down Ninja Jot. Victorious Summers. They have done a miracle once again. It is down to the next 2 teams. Rising Esports Aryan versus Victorious Summers. 3 players in a split. Cyrex is still remaining, but Aryan will be a dead man as the Fury's nade makes a proper connection. Cyrex is barely surviving, just taking the cover around the airdrop, but that won't be lasting long as Victorious Summers, they are victorious and they will get the first chicken dinner in the entire LCQ.
Oh, this is a very, very good run coming in from the side of Victorious Summers, because after this, they're going to be also crossing the 150 point, or at least getting closer to the 150 points. So all the teams at the very tippity top, most of them are getting closer to 150 or crossing 150, making sure they seal the deal, making it more tougher for teams like True Rippers, for Meta Ninja, for OnePlus, Wildfangs, because these are the teams who are still kind of, losing that spot. 144 points. Yes, I still agree that True Rippers have a bit of a buffer, but the rest of the teams, the two slots, especially the 7th and the 8th one, where it's going to be Meta Ninja with 128 points and Wildfangs with 125 points, they can be questioned from here on, because a lot of teams have got 110 points in their pocket.
Exactly, and with this match as well, Versatile, they've also racked up some good points. I guess like 3 to 4 points, or maybe at least 5 points is what I
Yeah.
believe Versatile have racked up for themselves. So it will be added. So they will be also closing into the player teams like K9, One Blade, Wildfangs, and Marcus Esports in the overall rankings. But for Hero Extreme God, like this was a great, I would say, great match. They might have got like 5 placement points for themselves. So it's a 15-pointer game.
Yeah.
They might just try their level best to be in the competition, but for if they want to be there in the top 8, they have to get more than what they have done in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be heading into a short break, ladies and gentlemen. You guys know the ritual this has been so far. And please share it among your friends. Make sure they all come in over here. But it seems like there are teams trying to make a comeback. And for the 7th and the 8th spot, things are still wide open.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Sun is hitting my face, I'm unfazed, I need this. Calling out my name, say meet me, cities away. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. I would try to hold on, treading water in this big storm now. Try to swim away, crash just like a tidal wave. I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Feels like gravity can't touch me when I'm here. Look at me levitate, look at me levitate. Carry all this weight, but still I'm light as air. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. No, I gotta go under, hold my breath and let it go. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. We're getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Sway with me, sway with me. तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
After a very small break, we are back, and I have a twin right beside me. That's going to be Raider. We're twinning with the black color. But yeah, talking about the matches that has been going on so far, the Miramar was really, really important for a lot of teams. While Hero Extreme Godlike, they managed to get 10 finishes, but they could not get the chicken, and that was really desired from their end. But on the other perspective, Victorious Summers, they bag up their first chicken dinner in the entire last chance qualifiers with a decent amount of finishes as well. With that being said, definitely Victorious Summers will be climbing up the ladder. But Raider, what are your thoughts about the entire match of Miramar and the upcoming one of Rondo?
See, after seeing Hero Extreme Godlike getting decimated so early in the ERANGEL, I was like, maybe in the next 5 matches, it's going to be very difficult for them to do anything mesmerizing. But then again, they performed. They got a total of 14 points under the table. We'll talk about all of that once the overall standings and match standings comes through. But yes, Venom from Victorious Summers, the guy who was able to get a lot of finishes for the team, to be precise. 5 finishes, 50% is the finish contribution. He is actually running quite fast in the race of the MVP leaderboard as well. Hashtag 4. That's the ranking that this guy was able to get. But as you rightly called it out, the first winner chicken dinner so far for Victorious Summers in the entire LCQ will give them the boost, will give them the jump, and of course with these 20 points on the board, the positioning and the qualification is going to be kind of solidified if they continue to maintain this kind of play.
Exactly, this is going to be really important, and I believe Victorious Summers have signed kind of sealed the deal. 150 plus, mostly they've crossed by after the end of this match. We'll get to know when the overall standings arrives on our screen, but right now talking about the match summary, best contribution, highest finishes, it's going to be Venom. Did a 50% contribution to his team, got 5 finishes, 10 finished games for the likes of Victorious Summers, while the highest finishes taking team is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike alongside Rising Esports, Victorious Summers. 3 of the teams, they have taken some really good amount of finishes and dominated the map of Miramar. And Victorious Summers, they have definitely the better rating because they have taken the chicken dinner. But quickly jumping onto the points, the match standings says that it's a 20-point a game of Victorious Summers and Rising Esports with 16 and 14 points for Hero Extreme Godlike.
A bit of a tough call at this point for Hero Extreme Godlike as well, but apart from that, Team Soul, they went aggressive initially. They have secured around 5 finishes. That's great for them. INFINIX Rovers, they also went ham. All those teams who are on the table toppers list, out of them, it's just Team Tamil who is trying to be consistent with their placement point game as well. All the other teams, they're trying to be aggressive. Victorious Summers, for them, this particular match was a very big jump. Now let's see what kind of impact that is going to put onto the overall standings. Well, Victorious Summers have taken the 4th spot with 156 points on the board and the first winner chicken dinner overall. They definitely are looking lethal. The Team Soul's positioning has been dipped quite a bit. Team Tamil has 4 winner chicken dinners altogether. Phenomenal stuff from their corner as well. Every now and then, back and forth, they have been doing wonderful stuff. We had some doubts on their consistency, specifically on day number 2, but day number 3 ended up having a winner chicken dinner. Day number 4, again a start with a bomber of a winner chicken dinner. Great stuff from their corner. But for Meta NINZA, I believe next round there are problems rising, because at the start of the day number 4, Meta NINZA has 123 points. K9 was far away, like on the 9th spot with 110, 12 points or something like that. Now K9 has taken the 7th spot and Meta NINZA is still there at the 8th spot. And the gap between Meta NINZA and Wildfangs is now super close. Marcos is super close. Versatile is close right there. And there is a gap of around 30 points between the cutoff right now and Hero Extreme Godlike. Let's see if it's possible for Hero Extreme Godlike to get something good in Rondo, because the next match is going to be chaotic for sure.
Oh, that's for sure. But again, Rondo it is going to be, and once again, it is an interesting map to play in, if you ask me. Rondo has always been surprising, and it has always given us a lot of new kind of story modes, or I would say the storylines, actually, to be precise with the wordings. Storylines from a lot of teams, and maybe this time as well, it can give us a big fairy tale, or maybe a nightmare for a lot of teams. We'll have to look out for that, because for Hero Extreme Godlike, Rising Esports, Versatile, and so many teams, this Rondo can still be a chance to keep themselves alive in the competition and maybe alive in the race for the top 8.
Well, you never know how the equation goes down. Eventually 89 points on the board. I am definitely the one who is eyeing for Matt King, for Hero Extreme Godlike's come back into the top 8. If that happens, obviously teams like NINZA, who have been lacking in their consistency, 1+ K9, Wildfang, these teams, these 3-4 teams who are there at a vulnerable spot where somewhere around they have got 130, 135 points, they can be susceptible to take over from the other teams who are there on the other page of the leaderboard. To be honest, I definitely would love to see how Mad Kings is going to play in this one, because Mad Kings, honestly, the entire role of their regulation, entire momentum of them coming back into the picture was happening in Rondo. Beat Apollo's 1v3 on Hero Extreme Godlike, and then Clutch God's 1v3 on Soul. It happened in definitely the map of Rondo, and then after that we got to see Team Soul also bursting out of their own cocoon in the map of Rondo. So a lot of things have happened in the past, be it semi-finale or now the LCQ. The last 3 matches of LCQ in Rondo, to be specific, were amazing for a lot of teams. But now this is the last map of Rondo. One last rodeo, one last opportunity for a lot of teams who wants to go aggressive, who wants to be effective. We have seen Wildfangs doing amazing in Rondo. We have seen K9. We have seen AUTOBOTZ doing amazing. We have seen Mad Kings being fruitful. Hero Extreme Godlike being fruitful right here. But now that Hero Extreme Godlike looks a little bit closer to the goal, 89 points on the board, like on an average, if it's just say 90 points, then the cutoff is 30 points north of them. I think there is a good chance that they can climb the ladder if around 20-25 points of a game comes in Rondo, and then consistent games in the following matches.
Exactly. We'll have to see how things are going to go forward, because as we dive into the map of Rondo with a lot of expectations from this particular match, a lot of teams will be rooting for themselves so that they can get a lot of finishes, get the recalls right, do not get eliminated earlier on, and take a chicken dinner, walk away with at least 20-25 plus points from this match, because that can be a game-changing one for themselves. But as we talk about, the flight path starts from Ringjiang and ends in the western side of Kungxia on the north. So it's going to be a completely centralized flight path so far, and the teams, they're already underway towards their respective drop locations.
A lot of interesting approaches. I believe once again we are going to see an individual going to a recall tower and the other 3 trying to go for the fights, usually towards Stadium or Yunlin City. We have seen a lot of fights for Hero Extreme Godlike. I think they are following the same meta of their own, Sensei, going for the recall tower, 1+ K9. Let's see what they're going to build, as they are also super close to their qualification. They're looking good with regards to the top 8 positioning right now. Jonathan, all the other teammates super close to Wildfangs. But this fight is going to be challenging. This fight definitely is going to be challenging, where we have White Tiger, Kana, Spray God coming in from the other side. Sensei is far away from this entire action. Manya has followed the same trajectory, as he is also going far away from this entire fight, going for hopefully a recall if the teammates fall. But the goal would be get as many as finishes before even the recall happens.
Oh yeah, that is really important. I mean, that is the kind of approach that we have seen from most of the teams, and this is a drop spot where we have seen 2 to 3 teams taking a dig. One Blade, Wildfangs, Hero Extreme Godlike. There is other teams as well around the corner, but it seems like there are going to be a lot of knife battle between Rico and Ronnie. Meta NINZA, what is happening? And alongside Soma and Fame, they take a dig, and they have got the eliminations right where they want. A lot of knockouts being done. Spray God also gets Admino knocked out. Needs a quick revival though. A lot of fights are brewing up, and while One Blade Wildfangs, they will be definitely looking forward to get the finish of Admino at this moment.
Oh yeah, that start has to be there. Aiku Soul, they are also falling short of breath. Mad Kings, they are fighting back. I talked about this point that Mad Kings has been super fruitful in this particular map. They are trying to maintain that kind of tempo. Admino seeking for a revival. Let's see if he's going to get it. On the other corner, Mad Kings going ham on a lot of other teams. There's a retaliation from INFINIX, Ruipers, Apollo, Clutch God. Both of them are down, and Mad Kings seems to be finding themselves in a very tough spot. Aiku Soul on the other corner is fighting back. In Jajod, he knows that he has pressurized the opponent. Since he's super low. Yeah, he goes down. There you go. Knocks and knocks. Finishes and finishes coming through for Versatile as well. A strong contender for the top 8. Team Versatile is definitely trying their level best to boost up their position in the leaderboard. But I still have to see what Hero Extreme Godlike is going to do, how they're going to pitch in, get the job done. Why Not versus Rising Esports is also happening in the same compound, in the same area. And guys, let me remind you, tickets are live on Ken. Download the app, get your tickets so that you can witness the top 16 teams of Indian BGMI scene going head-to-head in CEGC battle. There you go. Backs shown. Iris gets taken down. Baby Bot now in a pickle. She also gets traded off. Bhumi, yesterday we have seen her doing a 1v3 up against the exact team of Rising Esports. Can she do it again? No! Not at all possible. But who is going to take the frag? Is it Hero Extreme Godlike? It feels like that. Yes, indeed. It's Power who's going to take the frag away. And Admino is back on his feet, ready for the charade.
They have to take quick fights, and right now getting early finishes is really important for Hero Extreme Godlike. The last game, what they did was a little bit of ray of hope that, okay, maybe there is a very thin chance they can make a comeback. But right now it seems very, very minimum if Hero Extreme Godlike doesn't take a lot of finishes away. But talking about the other perspective, Rondo has been really, really important for a lot of teams lately after being swapped with Sandhawk. Taurus Summers right now taking takes, taking the finishes alongside INFINIX Ripples, enjoying the finishes of Meta NINZA. 4 finishes backed up by Kyo Mao. He has got 3 for his name. It's a good start for INFINIX Ripples if you ask me. They are almost in the top 8, having done their deed already right, gained a lot of points. Almost, I would say, to be in the top 8, but Venom just misses a couple of shots. But there is going to be a big opponent right in front of him. It's going to be mighty Aiku Soul Joker.
Seen Thunder performing. Joker is back. Unfortunate for him. It was a 1v2 equation. Fury gets stacked quite a bit, but there was a backup. Now there's one more in the Neox factory area, and that's Knuckle. But apart from all of this, I believe recall is going to be quick. The teammates will be back on their feet, fighting back. Kumi is still out there. Now, after the recall was done, now it's Marco's Esports' turn, who is receiving a lot of shots. Knuckle gets pinned. He gets damaged quite a bit. Smoker, he's just making sure that he gets this guy pinned down, finish him off. Legit got the first frag for the team, but after that, the team was in shambles. Really want to see what Victor SUMUS is going to do after that beautiful win over a chicken of their own. But no, Meta NINZA, they push through. Fury goes down. Venom had to back out. He is trying to figure out different angles to work with. This is not looking good for Victor SUMUS. Meta NINZA on the other corner. They are trying to build up their synergy. They are trying to build some good points for the table from 123 to 128 in the last 2 games. They gained just 5 points. In this particular matchup, they want to get at least 15 on the board so that they can avoid that major drawback of being on the 8th position and always being vulnerable, maybe getting eliminated. But Aiku Soul, they're back on their feet. All the team, all the players, I mean, are back with the vehicles pushing through. Wildfang Rising Esports is happening, but where is Hero Extreme Godlike? Have they taken a sabbatical from the fights?
It seems like they want to just be in the safer grounds, not trying to involve themselves much. Quite unsure about it. They want to get the vehicles. They might just look forward to gatekeep all the teams, all the players exiting this particular area. Manya sitting in the smack center around stadium. He's got a good opening. He might just be that one key player out there, but it seems like AUTOBOTZ Pro has got 2 players down and out. Aiku Soul. Oh, that's going to be problematic for them. I mean, they can have the recall option. There is always the option is there, and the player is still there.
Joker has already been recalled, but
oh yeah. Now this is problematic for Thunder as well. It seems like.
Yeah.
Who's going to give him the recall right now?
So you just get 1 recall. And I believe the entire team was already recalled except Knuckle. So yeah, I think now Team Soul will have to play on the drawback area where they do not have the manpower. Maybe 1 or 2 recalls is left for some individuals. I think Thunder is the one who can be back into the picture. But apart from that, Team Soul, all the 3 games that they have played so far today in the last day of LCQ have been full of struggles. Not getting the points, not being able to take 1v1 fights. DSG up against FS, Team Tabala is up against Victor SUMUS. So much was happening in the entire lobby of Rondo. Hero Extreme Godlike, they are in shambles. Jonathan is knocked out and done. Now what will Power do is something that we really want to see. Mana is right there in stadium, who is going to get the recall done, but there it goes the grenade. Marco's Esports, bit of a problem for them, but Eggy should have gone for a assault rifle. Took his own sweet time, and now Iggy has got the angle. He can easily pull through. He's going to cook off the grenade. From the other corner, it's Ralph who is putting up the pressure. Here comes a grenade, a close one. Indeed, he's going to get pop off. There you go. Extreme Godlike, they wanted to fight back. They wanted to have the advantage of having a recall. It's just not going to make the cut. Marcos got better out of it.
Slowly and gradually, they're getting the finishes and creating problems for the other teams. Marcos Esports, they have nothing to lose as quite. They are in the bottom 8, and right now they're trying to get closer to the top 8. For that, they need the finishes, they need the points. That's good to see that Gamla and Egi, they're just popping off right in the right position. But Victorious Summers always gets taken down by Shadow Spray. That's really precise. That's a good one to stop the quick rotation of Victorious Summers. Finish being added pro. We'll be looking forward to get the confirmations. Matt Kings, they have had their really great show out there. 4 finishes totally registered for themselves. While Victorious Summers, they've got another problem to deal with. It's going to be Rising Esports. Aryan just outside the window, waiting for the right moment to strike in and at least ambush one of their players.
He's just patiently waiting, Aryan. Rising Esports are also in serious need of points, but Fury, back shown, had no idea. Aryan catches Mafia cooking off a grenade. Let's see if the connection is to be made. Around the other corner, EMP zone is also going to be active. Team Hero Extreme Godlike, a complete reset for them. Rising Esports, they are trying to just completely dominate Victorious Summers. In the previous matchup, they had the winner, Vanichakana, but this one looks like a dicey one for them. As every single fight they are taking, they are losing a bunch of their players. Mafia goes in for a grenade, no connections whatsoever, but beautiful jump shot. Absolutely on point. Aryan goes down. Rising Esports once again doubting their own aggression. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they have started good this time. After the recall, it seems like that the gears have been switched. Jonathan connects one, and that's Sensei, who has been taken down. One from Wildfang. Aiku Soul on the other corner is also fighting back. The question is how many players they are left with.
That's a question indeed. So right now, you really see facing the backlashes. They're being taken down one after another. Hero Extreme Godlike, they will try to pounce in, but Matt Kings, they are there. Cyrus has got a bit of opportunity of getting the finish over Waze. He's way too much in the open grounds, but I don't think they want to take any kind of risks at this moment. Clutch got in the company all together in a mix. They want to hunt down the players, and they are going all in. There is no other option, if you ask me. Matt Kings, it's either do or it's either die. You have to take risks in order to be at least in a better position and on a better position in the overall rankings. And I believe that's the least that Matt Kings could do right now.
That's the goal, the objective to qualify in the top 8. That's the only thing that matters at this moment. Last 3 games after this are remaining. None of the team have been taken down so far. Aiku Soul is running thin on their numbers. But still, after Rising Esports now, Matt Kings looks very interested in this fight with Victorious Summers. All the 3 men are already here. That means recall is going to be a little bit difficult. Oh, actually, I feel that there's one who is out of the equation right now. Let's see how Mafia is going to pull through. The previous one up against Rising Esports was phenomenal. Marcos Esports up against INFINIX True Rippers. After shutting down the entirety of Hero Extreme Godlike, now they are looking forward to get another fight done. Matt Kings losing one of their own. Clutch God is going to slam. We have seen Clutch God pulling off with some amazing stuff. Lately, his form is running good. I really want to see if he's going to continue on that.
One good need can cause a lot of trouble. Mafia exactly in that spot. Clutch God. Does he make the connection? Not quite. Literally, the timing was almost perfect, but Mafia survived. Waze and Mafia trying to wrap Clutch God around from 2 different angles. Not quite sure about what's going to happen, but Waze gets taken down. Shadow was in an off-angle position. That flank worked like wonders. Victorious Summers, they are being summed up one after another, but some retaliation still under the way. Mafia keeping the hopes alive. Venom is still afar. Looking to support his teammate as quickly as possible. The entire squad of Matt Kings, they have pushed in. This is going to be a complete duel 1v3 situation. Nothing coming away, but Mafia keeping the hopes alive. Got one shot connection, but eventually gets moved off instantly. But the teammate will be coming to the rescue. Clutch God needs to heal himself as quickly as possible. 2 players down. He needs to go for some quick revivals. Venom is inbounds, and he will be coming in to take this fight as quickly as possible because he is aware that Matt Kings, they are already handicapped.
Yeah, they are running thin on their HP. Their players have been knocked out. This could be the moment, but Clutch God is going to connect with the shotgun. There you go. 7 great finishes for Mad Kings. One of the first teams to go out, but Shadow, unfortunate for him that he is going to go down. I think they have to search for a recall tower, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they are facing the Wrath. Manya goes down, and this is the first time that Manya has been taken down. That means the recall is available. And this is just the third circle. Third stage, that means that recall is a possibility. Hero Extreme Godlike can reset themselves. Here with the Molly, Harsh is going to cook Dreams alive. There you go. Marcos Esports once again on the back foot. INFINIX Troopers, they're trying to maintain their consistency, but Harsh down to a thin wire with regards to his HP. Running super duper low. INFINIX Troopers, unfortunately, they go down. And that's Marcos Esports once again stepping up onto the podium, trying to qualify in the top 8. FS Esports have heard all this commotion. Now the question is, can FS push in? Are they willing to get the job done? Are they willing to get their hands dirty and get the finishes for the team? That's what I really want to see. Very soon the circle will be shifting, and so will a lot of teams rotation come through.
So many finishes left, right and center. The fights are building up. Rondo, the circle is closing in. The breathing space is becoming really minimal. But the Gamla Boys' rotation will be traced by Silent. He wants to get that one connection without being fired. Not a single bullet being connected. A mishap in the spray indeed. The Gamla Boy will be surviving with the vehicles. Oh, that's not a great condition. But Levi, he makes sure that he is not fleeing away. FS Esports, they have been waiting for this for such a long time. Silopi took down the tire of that vehicle, and Levi made sure that Gamla Boy is not surviving. Last player still surviving, and Dreams, I'm wondering how is he going to take an exit from that place.
Even if Dreams goes down, I believe there are certain members from his team who are still outside the circle going for a recall tower probably. I cannot see that right now in the current circle, but maybe there are players. But NINZA, they're also caught in an open spot. They have got 3 amazing finishers to work with. Hero Extreme Godlike, meanwhile, have taken the central areas of Stadium, where the recall tower is available, and at the same point, it's in the circle. That's beneficial for them. Another beneficial thing for you is going to be the live experience of Chennai Esports Global Championship in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium, guys. Tickets are available on Ken. Get your tickets right now. You can be a part of a historic moment where a very big tournament is coming underway, and of course backed by the government as well. But Somraj, he connects from the back end. Streams goes down. He's trying to barely survive, but that's it for Marcos, I guess. Yeah, one more unfortunate equation for Marcos Esports, but they were able to get at least 8 frags. That's a good thing to watch out for. But now Hero Extreme Godlike, they're on the edge of the circle, outside the area, and there are so many other teams who are still encircling them. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a challenge for Hero Extreme Godlike, but that's exactly where they have to stand. They have to perform in order to be a better team, in order to have a better future. Hopefully, go to the Grands.
Oh, that's a big dream indeed. But right now, Aiku's Soul Knuckle surviving all alone. Joker doesn't have any recall. The other 2 teammates might have it, not quite sure about it. But still, being a solo survivor, it's a big responsibility on their shoulder. Autobots, Lobster also in the fights. While K9 still trying to figure out where they should enter the circle and where should they just hold on to the spot. There are so many teams in front of them. FS on the eastern side. You've got Aiku Team Tamil on the other end. But Roman being the first one to get inside the radars of Slug. One more player down is what they desire. But for Roman, the shots have connected quite precisely, but he's still surviving. The vehicle is really vulnerable. The shot's still being fired. Slug still trying his level best to get him down. But no, there is no option about it.
They're on the edge of the circle. It's a very good place to play with. Wildfang's going ham on Mad Kings. Clutch God down to the knee is going to get blasted with a grenade. Even Mad Kings, they're eyeing for a very big game right here, although they have been losing player back and forth. Stage 4, it's already on the verge, so that means recalls not an option anymore. Recall tower will be getting deactivated very, very soon. Wildfang, they have lost Spray God, they have lost their IGL. But yesterday I do remember that Wildfang was able to pull off a miraculous game in this particular exact map of Rondo. Let's see if they can replicate that. Although they had manpower in the previous game, today that manpower is again a question. Mad King Shadow Pro, the vehicle is getting poured with lead. A lot of shots from White Tiger, but none of the good connections coming through. But what is Knuckle doing? All alone was able to put down one from Rising Esports, and now the other 2, they are trying to push in. Finally gets the connection. Cyrex will deliver. The craters that Nakul was able to create, the craters where Nakul was living and getting the frags for the team, is now wide open for Rising Esports to hold off. But 4 good finishes, all thanks to what Nakul was able to pull off. ERANGEL Godlike one, meanwhile on the other corner, putting up the pressure on Versatile. Vice versa, as Versatile is also losing a lot of players. It's just NinjaJod who's surviving. Grenade gets cooked. Let's see if Ninja can connect. Jonathan giving up the information of where the player is. These grenades are going to be very important. NinjaJod cooking off a grenade of his own. Tosses a grenade. There goes the retaliation.
Wow.
Oh my god, lovely. Hero Extreme Godlike will survive for another fight. Some smokes for the team. And now there will be a reset. Hero Extreme Godlike every now and then just rising from the ashes like true phoenixes. Problem will be in the near future when the next play zone control has to be converted. But for now, they survive.
Oh, they survive. They have the finishes to work out with. 1 plus K9 on the other end of the spectrum. They're waiting patiently outside of the circle. We'll be looking forward to get some finishes out there if it's possible. While K9, they have got 7 finishes in the bag. But IQ Team Tamilas will be around the corner. You have to be really prepared for them. But at this moment, DSG officials, they also take an exit in the 9th spot. Autobots, how are they going to roll out? They have the circle advantage, but they have to be really patient because once again, if you're inside the circle and if you're the only survivor team there, you will be the center of attraction for a lot of teams. While Slug doesn't have a lot of bullets to work out with. 41 by 41. Have to be really choicy with every bullet that he's going to take, and he's going to take a dig on Levi. A couple of shots being connected. Levi barely survives, goes for a reload, makes one connection. Levi is down. The confirmation will be coming in, and now this is going to be a good result. 8 finishes registered. IQ Team Tamilas inbounds.
Always playing on the edges. They just want their own confirmation of surviving in the top 8. They fall. They were able to like retaliate in the semis as well. Unfortunate for them that they were not able to qualify in the top 8. Now in LCQ, we get to see them being one of the table toppers. Team Hero Extreme Godlike on the other corner, pretty close to where Meta Ninza is roaming around at. Let's see if they can find some connections. Dragon goes down. It's a good one by the sides of Slug. He's running super thin with regards to the number of bullets he's left with. But Some, Manya, what is happening right here? A lot of slams, a lot of vehicle derby going on. Manya goes down. Some becomes the last one standing. Hero Extreme Godlike has to pull this through without losing any player. That should be the case. There goes the grenade. Super low. Manya. He's going to get finished off. There you go. Some knew he is going to take his ex-teammate out. FS Esports from the backends are pouring lead onto them. But still, who is going to deliver the final blow? Well, Shadow, he gets finished off. A lot of finish being stolen from Hero Extreme Godlike. Some is still there in the crater, just holding his breath. Has no vehicle to roam around with. But FS Esports now is pitching in, and Hero Extreme Godlike will find the final blow. It's Power who is going to connect the dots. They are in the top 6 once again, with the 3 men still standing tall.
Rondo has always been a blessing to the teams. Those have always been a really problem. And right now, IQ Team Tamilas, they have got to face the Hero Extreme Godlike, who are in a good form indeed. But right now, the problems are bigger for them. And in comparison to IQ Team Tamilas, they want to go in. They're going to go for a drive-by. As Power gets run over by Rico. And that's the fight. They have been missing in the map of Miramar. And now this time, IQ Team Tamilas will be looking forward to continue it and maybe finish things off for Hero Extreme Godlike. And they did so. In the 5th spot, take an exit. Hero Extreme Godlike, they end their run, and IQ Team Tamilas have 7 finishes in their bag, adding 3 more in total. But now it's going to be 1 plus K9 trying to pound on everything that they have right on the heads of IQ Team Tamilas.
Oh yeah, they are also trying to solidify their positioning, but look at Mr. Rigel, a perfect nade indeed. Shuts down Ninja Boy. There's a crater behind the tree trunk, and Ninja Boy could be getting finished off very, very soon. But from the other corner, Autobots. Team K9 is actually fighting on 2 different fronts. Autobots versus K9, Tamilas versus K9. JD Gaming putting up a good effort. Can he deliver? That's a big question. He delivers on one, but gets traded off instantaneously. FS Esports is also surviving. Team Tamilas down to the last thin wire. Omega has been spotted. Omega wants to retaliate. He needs to shut down Dragon. He needs to stop Dragon so that the lead is not that big. But it feels like that FS Esports is going to do the job of shutting down Team Tamilas very, very soon. It's FS. But the winner chicken dinner could be of Autobots, as they have got the full 4-man power, and FS on the other corner will be raking up every single knocked out player as their finishes are lining up.
Oh, exactly, indeed. This is a position where you don't want to make any errors. Roman versus Dragon. This is a big fight. Either it's going to be Roman Empire, or it's going to be Dragon who will be crushing it, or blazing, or completely frying the Empire with his fire. And it's going to be Dragon to reign there as the Roman Empire falls. 9 finishes for IQ Team Tamilas as we down to the final 3 teams. AUTOBOTZ knows where to roll out, and right now Omega is trying to survive as much as possible with all these nades coming towards his direction. Omega is still there, still breathing, but for how long, that's a big question, because Dragon will be there from another end. This is a game for AUTOBOTZ and they don't want to make any errors here.
Plus K9 Omega, last man standing, down to a thin wire, making sure that he gets at least the top 2. No, AUTOBOTZ is going to deny that. It's going to be Dragon. Oh my god, look at this guy. The resilience that Team Tamilas shows to qualify to the home ground Chennai, then move forward up ahead with the grand finale. But Dragon will get a knockout. He's trying to finish off Pro, but that won't happen. AUTOBOTZ is going to sum it up. There you go, brilliant winner chicken from the sides of Team AUTOBOTZ Esports. They were craving for a winner chicken to solidify their positioning. With 145 already on the board, this winner chicken will definitely give them the boost that they were really intending to get. A brilliant game indeed from their corner. I would say Matt Kings performed. Hero Extreme godlike. They survived till the top 5, so I believe somewhere around 3 position points. Great thing for them as well. I think they are consistently trying to come back into the picture, but there are so many other teams who have already taken a huge leap of lead.
Oh yeah, exactly. So many teams, they've taken a good lead, and this Rondo is once again going to turn the tides in the overall standings. But the top teams, they are performing consistently, which is a good news for the teams in the bottom 8, that yes, they still have a chance to be in the top 8 if they can dethrone teams like NINZA, maybe even Victorious SUMUS, or somebody who were there lying in the 7th, 8th spot. They can, if they can just take them down in the overall standings, they can still be in the top 8. So it's a big roller coaster ride in all total, because 3 of the matches are done and dusted. We are still left with 3 more, and after those 3 matches, we will get to know which top 8 teams will be heading towards Chennai, flying down to Chennai to play the CEGC 2025 Grand Finals. But right now, the Rondo has been exceptional, but we will be breaking this down more and more with all the stats coming right after this short break.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
These waves. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe ashore. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Regaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Gaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. I would try to hold on, treading water in this big storm now. Try to swim away, crash just like a tidal wave. I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe ashore. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Regaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Gaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Feels like gravity can't touch me when I'm here. Look at me levitate, look at me levitate. Carry all this weight, but still I'm light as air. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe ashore. No, I gotta go under, hold my breath and let it go. Trust the current takes me safe ashore. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Regaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Sway with me, sway with me. तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
दिल बोले बूम
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025. After a quick short break, we are back and 3 matches are done for the day. Last remaining 3 matches are due, and in these 3 matches a lot can happen. Maybe there's a qualification for Mad Kings, maybe ERANGEL GODLIKE is pushing through, maybe Victor SUMUS is trying to solidify their positioning. A lot will happen in these 3 games, and trust me, every single team is going to put every ounce of their energy in the battle. We have seen ERANGEL GODLIKE in the last 2 matches constantly trying to get more than 10, 14 points onto the table. They have tried their level best to get a win over the chicken in both the games previously, but they failed to do so. Any anecdote, any point on that, Arka?
I think it's a bit of overcommitment at times because they know that plan is going, everything is going according to plan, and suddenly out of nowhere, it's just that one small move which kind of backfires. And also, you can't blame them much because of the cluster. But before which, we're going to be speaking about who's the MVP of the previous game. The more composed AUTOBOTZ walk away with one player grabbing that MVP for the previous game, match number 21, ABZ Pro, who did survive. His point was very simple. Try to stay back, use grenades, don't overcommit, make sure that the team crosses the line.
At this point, teams like AUTOBOTZ and FS Esports are doing wonders with regards to their consistency. Honestly, remember guys, it's all about qualification at this moment. It's all about qualification. And there are teams like Team Soul who have struggled quite a bit with regards to their first 3 games, but thanks to Nakul, the way he survived and given 80% of the contribution for the team, around 5 points for the finishes and some for the placement points is where Nakul was able to get his team all alone, but still putting down teams like Vinod Esports, putting down players from Rising Esports all alone in a 1v1 battle. This guy did a lot for the team. AUTOBOTZ at the end were able to seal the deal with a win over Chicken, and that's exactly why they have a 21-point jump in the leaderboard, which will be significant. But Team Tavala's all the doubts on day number 2 and day number 3 are now getting undermined, are now getting underlined, and the players are performing. They're doing great with regards to their fragging potential, and the way they are delivering these fights are pretty amazing. And look at this, Team Tabalas. They were dropping down to 6th and 7th spot. Now they have taken the 2nd spot with 175, and I think they're for sure going to Chennai, their home ground, to perform in the CEGC 2025 Grand Finale.
I mean, if we consider 160 to be the cutoff, which we have been speaking from a long time, we have already seen that around 2 to 3 teams have already crossed that number with a good gap, right? With AUTOBOTZ 166 and so forth. But here comes the big question. On the 8th spot, we saw NINZA at 134, Marcus at 131, Wildfangs at 130, Versatile at 112, Rising Esports 105, Godlike 101, Mad Kings at 89. Let's consider it 90. Any of these teams getting a chicken dinner from here on will inch closer to that 143 mark, and probably from there on they can do wonders. And if you see, those teams who have already qualified, who have already got a good run so far, are the teams which are still getting those winner chicken dinners.
Yeah.
And that is the reason why we see that the fight for the 8th spot and the 7th spot is still underway.
And not just that, even if in the next few matches we get to see the bottom teams who are like Mad Kings, Heroic God, like why not DSG, them getting the winner chicken dinner, then also similar thing will follow up where we get to see the vulnerability of the next particular in line like Meta Ninja, Marcos, One Blade, Valfangs. These teams can be in trouble. Although everybody is trying their level best to get so many points onto the table, it feels like that this particular map of Erangel can actually give us a very clear idea of where the cutoff could be and how some of the teams who are trying to qualify, like Hero Extreme God, like or Rising Esports, maybe will be in contention after this match or maybe not.
Yep, and the flight path, an interesting one. In case it's a military base flight path or the circle happens at military base, then the story can be way too different. But for now, starting off all the way towards the northern western side of military base, ending towards that mansion region, I somewhere feel, Raider, that the circle might have a different tale to say. Have this gut feeling, and if it does, then all these teams who are under contention, they're going to have a very tough run.
Yeah, that definitely is going to be the case, but my eyes are set on Versatile and Hero Extreme Godlike at this point. Are they again going to go for the Pochinki? In the previous matchup, we got to see Versatile like moving out of the Pochinki region, aimbot getting taken down, and then eventually we got to see 1+ K9 pitching in for a third party. That fight went for long, and then Hero Extreme Godlike, they were able to get the better out of it, but after that, the circle control, the fights in the near future, those were not fruitful for them. Hero Extreme Godlike is the first one to reach out to the Pochinki region, and they are going to stay there. For now, it feels like that is the ideal call. Versatile on the other corner will be keeping the shorelines, will be keeping the crossroads under their banner. So even Versatile is being very, very cautious at this point with regards to the playstyle they are adapting to, as they've got 112 points on the board, 11 more than Hero Extreme Godlike, and now if you talk about their distance to qualification, it's of about 22 points. So there is a good chance that Versatile would like to get a winner chicken in this one.
Yeah, but the circle, it's still keeping me at the tip of my toes. It's keeping me at the edge of my seat. Oh, finally,
wow.
it's a normal circle. That means those teams at the center of the map can have a bit of a breather. They can, re-strategize to move around after the third circle comes. By then, if few teams in the bottom tend to extend a little bit more, try to get some frags, probably they could also go ahead and do that. But for now, teams like True Rippers, these are the teams who will have to make it inside the circle first. They've got 151 points, and we've been speaking about the 160 point marker, so they'll need at least 10 to 12 points from here on to make sure they've also sealed the deal.
Let's see how these speculations, these calculations are going to turn out. Why not esports? They can be the party spoilers for a lot of teams. DSG, they can be the party spoilers, as they are seriously lacking with regards to the points, and we know that these two teams are not going to make the cut, that's for sure. Bad Kings, they are still in contention. Not just that, Hero Extreme God, like they are still in contention. But for that to happen, for them to qualify, 3 big games have to come through. Not just big games, but 2 winner and a chicken dinner and a big game. I think that will make the deal for them, because there's a difference of around 30-40 points in between them and the current cutoff scenario. Let's see how patient these teams are going to be. But Meta Ninja, I'm still in doubt with what these team is trying to do. 123 points when the day started, and right now they have got around 134 points onto the table. So just 11 points in the next 3 games, where Hero Extreme Godlike, they have gone around to get 35 points onto the table in the games that they have played. They were at 73, I believe, and right now they have 101. So a total of 38 points altogether onto the table. Close by, AUTOBOTZ versus BSG. Pro is going to find the pick. The previous match MVP gets the first one.
Yep. Pro got nothing to lose. AUTOBOTZ, they've already got a hefty 166 points in their pocket. And also, this team is one of those teams who are completely reliant on their firepower. They've got 53 position points so far, and they've got 113 points in finishes. So that means they're going to still continue to, be as dominative as possible. The more they try to, tag off teams like GSG by using a pan or a melee, they can expect the same to be happening in the further games as well.
Now, these are the last 2 games left for DSG. I think DSG is also going to have a lot of fun. And that's why I said DSG and Versatile. And why not esports, to be specific, can be the party spoilers for a lot of teams. But Versatile, the way they are rotating, Rising Esports, they have got a clear idea of where these lads are. And even Rising Esports is one of the teams who is trying their level best to qualify. They're right there, just behind Versatile with 105 points on the board. And if these 2 teams entangle with each other, if these 2 teams fight with each other, Hero Extreme Godlike can have a lot of benefit if they perform good in this particular matchup. But seems like that both the teams have decided to like kind of wave the white flag for now, as none of them are interested in the fight. They are just here to take the compound controls, look for the next circle, and hopefully fight when the circle demands. But to be honest, Arka, that has been the case for a lot of games for both of these teams, and it has costed them quite a bit. Like playing for the passive play, and then eventually going for the final circle where a lot of survival is there from different teams, and then they just kind of falter down. That has been the case for them. Maybe this is yet another match where similar things are going to follow. But Rising Esports, they are seem to be converging on one of the players of Versatile.
Versatile, another dream which is yet to be fulfilled. Somraj does want to take this team forward. He's been successful every single time. He's got some changes in his lineup. He's always found players who can live up to his expectations, and from there on try to qualify into the next rounds. And this is for the first time he comes up with a very, very unique lineup. Not many, would go in with players like these. Yes, Ninja Jod as a frontline assaulter, agreed. Aimbot, a youngster, and he feels that he can also fill in the shoes. And for a spot like where Gumbler Boy used to be one of his filter or probably a frontline assaulter, he's got Smoker this time around, and who's doing a decent job if you ask me.
Legit in the shack, patiently waiting. He has seen FS Esports' rotation. He knows that one of the player, Levi, is already here. And the way Levi is not having his gun in the hand and just running around, he thinks that this compound is unlooted. Okay, finally gets a gun. He's cautious. The question is he cautious enough to figure out if Legit is there or not?
Again, Aiku Soul, one of the other teams we need to speak about. Once they crossed that 120 pointer, this team went crazy. And let me remind you this, that they've got 124 finishes, the highest amongst them all. There are several teams who have still not reached the 100 pointer, but Aiku Soul, they continue their assault. And look at that, the confirmation also comes through, make it a 125 points finishes so far from that of Aiku Soul.
One of the teams who have been so aggressive that the lobby is now running thin of the players. FS Esports, Sahil and God X4, these are the two men who are still standing from the team. But FS Esports currently are standing tall with the leaderboard under their banner. Like they have got the hashtag one spot, so they don't have to like fear a lot. God X4 gets spotted, absolutely getting pinned down. But there's a retaliation from Sahil. It's not easy to put down players of FS Esports. There's always a trade fire that they try to develop. God X4 is low, but now he's aiming onto the other lads. When online players getting tagged, FS Esports, they are putting up a lot of pressure. But once again, Legit gets a 1v3 up against his opponent. Sahil OP moving out, trying to escape from this entire compound. Meta Ninja has seen all of this action happening. I think Sahil could be a lost cause up against Shadow.
Now Thunder, from the time Thunder has come back to his team, I still feel that Aiku Soul, they're still trying to experiment on few things. The more fights they get into, the more they are reliant on vehicles, try to hold that distance. Legit on the other side has now realized that his run for not only being the best IGL on this phase, but also that run for MVP is also important. And that's why he's kind of using Thunder, he's using Nakul and Joker at places where he can come out, shine, make sure he picks up at least 3 to 4 frags in every single game, and that makes him that top contender for the MVP.
See, hunger of points is still not going down for FS Esports, despite the fact that they are sitting in the TPG top of the leaderboard with 180 points.
Yeah.
Now that last man standing Sahil is surviving, he still runs away. He's in no mood to like take up the fight, retaliate. He wants to get as many as points on the board at the end of the day. Maybe cross even the 200 marker. That could be the idea. But Team Soul, last 3 games have not been very, very good for them. But this time, Legit, the way he has started off with a 1v3 is amazing. Somme, he's getting pinned. Ex-teammates getting pinned. No, the connection yet to be found. Legit will find once again. He'll bring in the opening for the team. And yeah, the finishes will come through. Aiku Soul not willing to let it go that easily. But look at this. Extreme Godlike, they're also on the rapid move. Mad Kings, FS, and then Team Soul could be their next target. This could be good for Team Hero Extreme Godlike. But Mad Kings, they pitch in. Thunder goes down, Legit strikes again. 3 different teams, 3 different openings, and Legit is sitting once again on top of every single thing.
Oh, he needs to be careful because Apollo is very close to him. Apollo's got the shotgun legit with that AUG. He tries to take him down, but eventually another player comes in from the outside to put him down. Aiku Solo looking impossible to take down. Now seems to have broken the barrier. And this is where it's going to be Mad Kings who reign supreme. Apollo gets three frags out of that and shows that Y is also one of the top contenders. But guess what? The gods are now going to challenge the Kings, and amongst them, one is going to be holding the crown.
Let's see who's going to take it away. Meta Ninja, they're also interested. FS Esports Sahil, he's also here to steal the thunder. As we know that he's one of the last men standing from the sides of FS Esports. He's hungry for the points. Manya tries to go all in berserk, but Jonathan will connect on Some. Meta Ninja is in shambles. They wanted to slam on Mad Kings, but seems like that things are going in a reverse mode. Extreme Godlike, they want to just get as many points as possible from here. Ronnie, he gets finished off. Mad Kings, they're running thin. This is walking on the ice for the sides of Team Mad Kings. They are slipping away. They are slipping the control. Hero Extreme Godlike, two of their own have been taken down thanks to FS Esports. Always the troublemaker. Sahil is that particular guy who is going to now push down Hero Extreme Godlike in a very tough spot. As Edmino is the only one surviving. Manya, the IGL has already been taken down. Hero Extreme Godlike was not looking at such situations, but Hero Extreme Godlike have now shifted their focus on Mad Kings. They will deliver. Mad Kings will go out. Sahil all alone is still surviving, still delivering the blows. Hefty blows to be precise. Despite the fact that Godlike has got so many frags to talk about, they have delivered here. But now look at the entirety of the minimap. Rising Esports, 1+K9, they're also interested in this fight. That means very soon, even if Godlike delivers on FS Esports, maybe Godlike could be next.
Oh, Godlike, they need more frags. They need to survive. S-Power has landed that grenade, but a little bit away. Johnny being tagged off. S-Power trying to do his best. All he's got a Molotov in his hand. His location compromised. This grenade is going to put him down as well. Sahil Hopi looking like he can do the impossible. Johnny under a lot of pressure. He needs to watch out for his backlines as well. Sahil trying to read as a assaulter out here. Johnny's golden hand is cooking up a grenade. Can he land it perfectly? It seems like he lands one perfectly. And this time around, Johnny needs to be careful because it's the Molotov which has also tagged him out here. Sahil playing around with his mind. Johnny's still waiting for an opportunity. But from the backline, strikes RIE. What a gameplay coming in from the side of Sahil OP. And immediately after doing the deed, he tries to run away from these positions. But Devotee says, you know what? I come in from a different angle and I know where you're about to run.
FS Esports Sahil OP is still surviving. So much has happened. The entire team is in shambles. Aiku Soul is wiped out. Mad Kings is done. Meta Ninja is done. Godlike is done thanks to Sahil OP. And this guy is still resilient enough to survive. This is FS Esports for you. This is the resilience that Godlike should have shown so that they could have qualified. But now in the last two matches, getting around 50 points. I doubt that, man. I doubt that Godlike is going to make the cut at this point. It's very, very difficult. 50 points, 50, 55, 60 points whatsoever in the next two games. It's a big ask.
Godlike, their dreams are shattering. It's not just shattering, it's going in shambles, to be frank. Because they had such a good opening. They came in at the right time, but one man from FS is going to make them lose their sleep tonight. Oh my goodness, I was not expecting Sahil to do so good in that situation. But yes, he was capable of it. We have been speaking about how he was the perfect piece in the puzzle. Leaving Vasista, coming and joining FS Esports. He was given that space, you know, to think like a filter. He was given space to be a frontline assaulter. It's paying off for the side of FS Esports. On the other side, Slug. It's tagged off a little bit. Venom still trying to trace him down. Slug in deep troubles, but Venom this time misses a little bit, gives a breathing space for K9.
Victorious SUMUS today, they have got their first winner with a chicken dinner. It kind of solidified their own positioning in the top 8. Ninja Boy, he retaliates. Venom goes down. That's an opening that 1+K9 was eyeing for. Now the question is there is a push? Yes, Shady has pushed through. Wants to finish off the player who was knocked out. I believe that's Venom. Yep, he is trying to figure out where the player is. Has got the idea. Now he's going to push through. Possibly take down Venom. But in retaliation, there's a trade that is going to come. Uwais He takes down JD Gaming, one of the most lethal from the sides of 1+K9. Now Slug wants to push in for a 1v1, but there's a backup available as well. Always goes down. C-Strain, shots being connected. Fury also goes down. The last man standing from Victorious SUMUS will be Mafia, running for his life because he knows that even if he's the last man standing, he can be another side OP.
Mafia, the vehicles these days, I'm able to see that, players who are going in for a spray, if they understand that they're not able to tag off the player, they tend to concentrate that recoil towards the wheels. And they've always been rewarded with it. And the circle going to the shorelines. We all know which is that one team who's going to be happy for shorelines. It's going to be INFINIX, True Rippers. And look at that rotation from Jelly. Immediately going towards that shorelines, finding himself a hard cover and waiting for that chicken dinner to cook completely.
Mafia stuck in an open spot. 5 grenades in the hand. But Ninja Boy, look at him breaking the door and then going for a grenade of his own. I think that grenade can find final blow. Now Grenade comes in, the molly is out there. So many utils. All 1+K9 has to do is just push in and get the job done. There you go. It's Ninja Boy from the back line sitting behind the tree. Was going to connect the pre-fire. Ninja Boy with a 3K on Victorious SUMUS. Lovely play. But now there is a barrage of teams pushing in. Team Tamilas, Marcos, Versatile also very interested in this fight. Remember, if Godlike is out, Versatile has got a very wonderful chance to pull through, get something magical, get a big game out here and qualify for the LAN event. That's what the idea is. You talked about INFINIX Rippers. Right now they're in trouble. Hydro is down. Jerry, the captain of the ship, is now sinking. Kyolamau, Harsh, last who's remaining. Still trying to fight back, although INFINIX Rippers definitely have got some decent points on the leaderboard. They also want a consistent game. Right now, sitting on the 6th spot with 151, they want at least 10 points from this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think so True Rippers are going to have any kind of issues whatsoever from qualifying. But it all comes down to VXT. Smoker and Somraj on our screens right now, trying to do the damage from a distance. VXT, they might have given a Pochinki, but that comes with a big understanding that yes, it's not about our ego right now. It's about feeding a larger ego of making sure that we continue to have a kingdom to rule in the LAN event.
See, if Meta Ninja is out with 0 points, that means still the cutoff is at 134 right now. Maybe it is going to change as the other particular teams are going to perform. If Marcos performs well, they have 131 points on the board, although they are struggling at this moment. Ralph is down. Rising Esports is fighting back. Team Tamilas, they're longing for another big fight of their own, have taken the barn houses under their siege. And now Kyolamau, Harsh, they have been pushed out in wide open areas. Eggy is still out there surviving. Marcos needs to pull off a big game as they can easily dethrone and push out Meta Ninja from the top 8. And at such spot where the last 2 matches are remaining and you going out of the top 8, it again puts a lot of pressure. But Rico gets connected with this grenade by Kyolamau. Lovely nade. Smoke on the other corner will smoke out Sile OP, the last man standing from Esports, who has been putting a lot of upsets for the opponents. He is down. Question is, what will Kyolamau do? He has connected a grenade. Is he going to push?
I don't think so. They need to be careful because VXT have got an angle this side. So True Rippers, they'll have to put a lot of smokes to keep them blinded. But yes, for now, Dragon trying to keep the opponents at bay has also got a clear path of sight where he can just go into fire. Mr. IGL as well has got an off angle. True Rippers again was forced to fall back. And this time, all they can do is buy some time. VXT gets in closer. They want to be, involved in this kerfuffle. They want a piece of this pie. And True Rippers, they realize that's why Hydro now shifts his attention from True Rippers, from Team Tamilas towards VXT.
Trouble awaits. Heggy, last man standing from Marcos. He's just being very patient because he knows that he's super close to dethroning the opponent's Meta Ninja. And at the end, in this current scenario, everything matters with regards to the leaderboard. Nothing else matters at this point. The amount of frags you get, the amount of dominating fights you take. The most important stuff is going to be the leaderboard. Kana, he gets taken down by AUTOBOTZ. There's a retaliation. Lobster also goes down. He is also knocked out. 1+K9 clearing the backlines on the northern corner. And then pushing through. Lobster gets finished off. Sensei, he gets a frag, 1 blade. Wild Fangs, they have been pushed out of the top 8. And back and forth, they're trying to come back to the leaderboard. That's why this kind of performance is there. Persistent and aggressive. But Dragon will find Henry. Rising Esports, their rise is getting crushed.
Rising Esports, they've still got a bit of a buffer to play, if you ask me. Yes, they're in 105 points, one shy of godlike, and they're still surviving. They've got decent amount of frags so far. A 2-pointer, and the position point is just going to follow up closely. But is it enough to cross that 8th position of 134 points? I don't think so. For which they'll have to be a bit more careful, a bit more aggressive, a bit more controlled, and the right compound in their eyes is where why not are right now holding.
Rising Esports devotee, is he going to check that compound where Eggy is? If he checks, Marcos can be taken out of the competition. But Rising Esports, they have maintained their own manpower, which is a great thing. It is very, very important for Rising Esports to get some decent points on the board. Find out Esports up close. They've also got the information versatile. They've gone for the next rotation. They have decided to leave this compound, leave this entire fight, this entire ruckus that was happening, and go to the next one, which is a good thing. As they are eyeing for a comeback on the leaderboard, it's very important to find your strategic fights. But INFINIX True Rippers versus Team Tamilas, this one is going to be a long fight. As for the last entire circle, the third one, we have seen these two teams going head to head. None of the players have yet been taken down. Yes, small trades, small knocks, resets. That's what we are seeing. Rising Esports could actually chime in, although they do know that if they push in completely, maybe there's a backstab that is due. And that's why they're playing their cards very, very safe. Look at Aryan going for the docks. And he's going to play from that angle. It can help him a lot. Versatile. They're also tagging a lot of players. But it's basically the entire lobby is at a standstill right now. Everybody is taking deep breaths. As commentators or audience, what can happen at the end of the leaderboard, at the end of the fourth match? Who can dethrone whom? Is it Meta NINZA going down the drain? At the 9th or 10th spot, is it Wild Fangs getting a winner with the chicken dinner? Because, to be honest, Rising Esports, Wild Fang, Versatile, these 3 to 4 teams are very, very close to the top 8 spot. That's exactly what they are grinding for.
AUTOBOTZ Arib yet again at his home. Now, this sniper tower needs to be named as Arib Tower, to be frank, because every single time we see AUTOBOTZ, it's either Arib or Lobster who always climb up to that sniper tower. They hold that position, they gain as much information as possible, and then they try to make it inside the circle. But this time, JD Gaming has read it right and is just waiting for somebody to make a mistake. Sensei, Deep Troubles, Omega does do a bit of a damage, but one good grenade or Molotov into those shacks, and we're going to find 2 crates lying out there.
Oh my god, Spray God goes down. JD Gaming, full power to him. AUTOBOTZ Pro, he gets shut down. AUTOBOTZ is done. You talked about the tower. You talked about the control that AUTOBOTZ shows. And look at this, they are done. They're out of the equation. That gives Marcos Esports a very brilliant chance to survive, get some position points for the team, although Devotee is right in front of him. Eggy, let's see how passive he's going to be with regards to his push into the circle. Devotee has no idea that there is someone who is lurking in the shadows. And now Rising Esports, they have pushed down to the shack. Aryan, his angle on the dogs was amazing, but Mr. Rajali was like, peekaboo, surprise. That's exactly what is going to hurt Rising Esports a lot. Their rebellion is getting crushed. They were trying to fight back. They have some significant points on the leaderboard, but they're still not there in the top 8. And I think the rest remaining problems can be coming from the sides of Eki from Marcos Esports. He's still being very patient, but there you go. Devotee goes down. Sonics retaliates. Devotee is finished off. Rising Esports, they're losing players bit by bit.
Absolutely, same goes for the side of Team Tamilas as they've lost 2 players, and all comes down to Cyrax. Can he be the flag bearer for the team? As it's going to be Mr. Rigel trying to put some Molotovs, but from the back lines, strikes the man Eggy, who was the slithering snake, slowly and steadily coming in closer. And guess what? This was the moment True Rippers were waiting for, and now they come into strike hard. Beard Baba might get confirmed with that grenade, but Kyo Lamau, he waits for it. Eggy lands it against Mr. IGL, and there's another breathing snake in this lobby, still wanting to make sure that his team has got a great chance to make it through.
Marcos Esports, kudos to what Eggy has done so far. So resilient, still surviving. Versatile, they've spotted the entire rotation. They are landing some shots. GP28 in action by aimbot. Connections being made. Slug caught in an open spot. The Wildfire can push in this particular fight, bring in the third party. I think they are eyeing to do the same. No, from the backlines, Playgo spotted some players in the farm region and he's trying to connect the shots on Versatile. Trust me, at this point, the current situation is that 1+K9 is the only team that you have to focus on. Be it Versatile, be it Wildfang. The team which is sitting in front of you with regards to the qualifications or eliminations is definitely 1+K9. And look at these grenades that are going in. Vehicle burst, Slug. He goes down. JD is already out. Kana is going to push in with the hovercraft. He is possibly going to get the frags, but no. Nothing to find out with the hovercraft. Now hovercraft is also a center of attraction. JD Gaming goes down by the hands of Sensei. 1+K9 slowly losing breath. And there's the slam. Kana pushes through, but no connection so far.
Kana has blocked the entrance, and that's the important part. He can't get down from that vehicle, because in case he does, then it's going to be K9 who sits inside that hovercraft. So they need to be careful. A low toss grenade or a Molotov can do a lot of damage. Ninja Boy is cooking one. He's waiting, but Omega gets outside, puts down Kana, and now they've got a hovercraft to work things around with. Will they make use of it? No. Omega, he makes sure that he gets that confirmation. More smokes are going to be deployed, and K9 will survive a bit more until Smoker tosses in a Molotov, and this could roast the complete squad of 1+K9.
Oh, the connections are not that accurate. Ninja Jot goes down. Omega connecting some dots. Lovely play from Omega. The IGL steps in to perform at the pinnacle of this fight. Behind the hovercraft, Omega is going to heal himself, reset himself, and then there are some more grenades going on. Lovely nade, lovely nade. Versatile in trouble. INFINIX True Rippers, they are running out of thin line and they are getting just pinched around with the play zone. But right here, 1+K9 is putting up a good fortress of their own. They are fighting back in a rapid way. White Tiger and now Sensei are the last two remaining individuals. Versatile from the backline. Somraj is still there in the farm compounds, putting up a lot of pressure. But the question is, what will Omega and Ninja Boy do? These two men still standing tall. Baby Bot goes down by Hydro. Somraj stuck outside the circle, will go down to the play zone. Wildfang has got a brilliant chance to push through. That's exactly what they're doing with the Smalley. Ninja Boy could be the next one. But no! It's a 1v2 by Ninja Boy. Is not willing to stop anytime soon. K9, Omega, last man standing. Grenades getting cooked. But the connection, that has to be made. Aimbot is left for the last nade, and that's why he's being very calculative with regards to it.
Omega sits in the car and he waits. Nobody knows his location, but everybody are trying to find him out right now. He goes back behind the vehicle, now trying to cook up a grenade, but his location has been compromised. Aimbot lands this grenade to perfection. Omega even again misses out on getting blasted. The Lady Luck is kissing his forehead too hard this point, but finally, it's the Ignis which burns him down. For now, it's going to be VXT versus True Rippers. The two teams on our screens right now, why not gets decimated by True Rippers? And now VXT, they say, you know what? We're back in the competition. If we get this chicken dinner, probably we can also seal the deal and get a higher chance of qualifying into the next round.
If not in top 8, they are definitely going to get the spot of Marcos Esports at this point, as Marcos went down a little early. They tried their level best to get a lot of points on the board. Eggy, thanks to him, there was a survival. But Versatile out there at 112 points even before this match started. Right now, they're eyeing to get 10 for the placement and 6 or 7 for the finishes. A 17-pointer winner chicken, and it could actually bring them very, very close to the 9 to 10 spot, to close to Marcos, close to any other team who is there willing to qualify. But Hydro, we know what capability this guy holds. We know that he can pull up a 1v2, and if that happens, INFINIX True Rippers are not just going to seal their deal, but eventually crush the hopes of Versatile as well. But Aimbot's grenade was close. He's cooking off another one. Somraj, no, sorry, Smoker connects one more, and there you go. The Versatile will get this winner with a chicken dinner. Although the big question is, the main question is this enough? Is this winner with a chicken dinner of 16, 17, 18 points? Is it enough to bring them the hope? Bring the fans the hope that Somraj will put up his Samraj in Chennai, in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium?
I mean, I'm kind of shocked to see that at this point of time, teams like Why Not are surviving to the top 3. And still, with the man advantage, they're still not able to convert those. Yes, I do understand we need to give them credits for surviving for so long, but a bit of firepower is what they'll require to get that chicken dinner. Whereas on the other side, survival instance of True Rippers, the way it kicks in, from their fight to True Rippers, then trying to evade from VXT, then taking that fight to the solo survivor RIE, then again taking a fight against Eggy, but still surviving to make it into the top 2. You know, it speaks a lot about them.
speaks volumes, to be honest. I mean,
Yeah.
like the way he survived, the way he tried to the entire picture, because Marcos was super close to where Meta-NINZA was sitting, 134 points, I believe, on the table for Meta-NINZA.
Yeah.
But this survival from the sides of Marcos will definitely give them that edge that they really wanted. That placement in the top 8 could actually give them the momentum. And trust me, this is the moment where you do not really want to lose your position on the ground in the top 8. You do not want to lose the position, because in the last 2 matches, anything can happen. Extreme GODLIKE, they're eyeing for a big comeback, although they have been unfortunate throughout. 106
Yeah.
points on the board, I believe. It's not going to make the cut for them. Versatile is now one of the biggest contender for the top 8. Meta-NINZA, you have to watch out for it. K9, I believe they have done their own job of being consistent. They've got the frags in this particular match. They've got the survival as well, as Omega, the man,
Yeah.
the brain behind the entire team, survived till the end, got a lot of points for the team. And I think with this, I would say even OnePlus K9 is super safe at this point.
Now, it all comes down to which among these teams have still got a chance, right?
Yeah.
Because the cutoff before this was somewhere close to 32 points. Meta-NINZA was not performing that well, so that remains the same. Where the rest of the teams, K9 have done well. They have had a good job. Victorious Summers have done a good job. We were speaking about that 160 or 165 points of cutoff, which we might lead up to. And in case we see one of these points out there, I believe that... the rest of the teams will look forward for a greater comeback. But still, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you this. It's anybody's game. It's anybody's game who are still fighting for that chicken dinner. Let me remind you, Hero Extreme GODLIKE were not looking like they could qualify before the start of today. And all of a sudden, some ray of hope seems to be starting off from their side, because they've got enough number of frags, and all they need is a bit of chicken dinner and some frags to compensate for it.
I don't think so. One chicken dinner is going to cut the deal. They need at least 2 now, right now. Both the matches have to go under their banner, and not just winner chicken dinners, but with some good performances. That has to happen. As Marcos is there, I think Wildfang, another team that you cannot forget really, because they have also performed quite good in this particular matchup. They pushed through, although yes, Versatile, K9, and then Wildfang. There was a trifecta that was being brewed, and unfortunate for Wildfang that Wildfang was not able to really convert this particular game. But I think they were close enough, and that's exactly why the leaderboard will also tell us the same story, that they are close enough. Let's see what happens with the leaderboard after a quick short break. Stay tuned, guys.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
You love you a real one. Pull up when the shift done. Roll out, let me feel some. I just wanna feel some. Fall through, let me feel some. Weak spot for them brown eyes. And them low lights glowing on you. What you want, I'm outside. Spin the block on the downtime. Hold me down, don't fold on me. I'm him to the gravestone. Shirt say 6, I'm a ghost son. God, you let her post for the camera. I like you better than Kim.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
After a very small break, we are back with the CEGC 2025 LCQ final day. It is, and it is all getting heated up after Versatile taking away this chicken dinner for themselves. Now, this makes the entire overall standings really very interesting in my opinion, because now the gap is getting more and more shorter from the top 8 spot. Though I'm very, very certain that the difference between the 6th and the 8th team, it's really big. But one team is still there who is still vulnerable in that top 8 spot.
I mean, there are a lot of teams who are kind of vulnerable, to be frank, because it all comes down to how the bottom teams are going to perform now. Because I've seen that sometimes those teams who choke up at the last moment might end up not even qualifying with just 1 point. But the chances are pretty low, if you ask me. Yes, the overall standing might give us a clearer picture as to how many slots are still remaining, because if there is more than one slot, then things can be much more interesting. If it's just for the 8th spot where teams are fighting it out, then it's going to be a close fight, but the team which has got that buffer can just try to survive, because in the old meta you can still heal yourself and make it through into the next round.
Oh, exactly. And now this is going to be really interesting. And Miramar has always been a map where we have seen a lot of heal battles being done in the recent past. In the last Miramar as well, we have seen Power doing the very same while he was trying to survive as long as possible for his team side. Hero Extreme, GODLIKE, they had a really fruitful outing in the last Miramar. They had 10 plus finishes, almost a good, decent game of 15 point a game, 14 point a game they pulled off for themselves. Now, this is a map where I really believe teams like Rising Esports, Hero Extreme, GODLIKE, even for One Blade, Wildfangs, they have to do something extraordinary to be in the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, when it comes to the performance of GODLIKE, which you've actually pointed out, they've already accumulated up to 30 to 40 points in the 4 games they played, trying to maintain that average, right? So they should be rewarded with a chicken dinner if they're looking forward to showing more consistency. But what's more important for them right now is to make sure that they get a chicken dinner for their chances to qualify. Before which, we're going to be speaking about the MVP of the previous game. And this man, Hydro, is still running behind that trophy. He's got 5 finishes so far, and he's the MVP rank 1 till now. And he's maintaining that top spot and has done 55% of the contribution for the team.
Oh yeah, already. Hydro stakes are going all high. Every other match, this man is coming in the MVP. He's been the key player for True Rippers after he's been added to the roster. From there on till today's date, he's been exceptional. One of the biggest reasons of INFINIX True Rippers' success in the bigger stages, in the officials as well. But talking about the entire match summary, we've got some more names being added in the list. On the highest finishes side, it's going to be Ninja Boy with 5 alongside Hydro, as well as Legit with 4 finishes, followed by Silope in the 4th. Highest team finishes will be for INFINIX True Rippers. Best contribution will be Legit's 80%, but best rating will be for Versatile, because they took away the chicken dinner from the hands of INFINIX True Rippers.
Yep. Versatile 3.31 rating. They're doing decent. Look at the points, 16 points, and the most valuable of them all is being taken by Versatile. If they get another chicken dinner, probably they'll be the best contenders to get that 8th spot. True Rippers with this probably will be sealing the deal, will be crossing the 160 pointer. K9 has got 13 points. Probably they'll be inching closer towards that 160 points, but it's the teams in the very bottom who have walked away with 0 points.
Yeah, that is really certain. But talking about the overall standings, F is sitting on top with 184 on the board. They are really rock solid in their position, and they have kind of confirmed their slot in the Grand Finals. Alongside IQ Team Tamilas and AUTOBOTZ, they're in the 170s. So now they are also quite safe. We can say a similar thing about IQ Soul and INFINIX True Rippers. I don't think anybody can literally cannot cross the 160 market at this point, because the bottom looks really congested. I would say there are still 2 more slots left, which are quite vulnerable for the top 8 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, 8th spot, we did see the points was 137, and after that we have seen that GODLIKE right now holds the 106 point, and they are the only team who have got the fighting chance, because of Mad King's 93, they want something big. Probably a 30 to 40 pointer game to reach that 130 points, whereas GODLIKE will need a 30 pointer, and in Rising Inferno will need 20 to 25 pointer. Then Versatile is going to decrease another 2-3 points. So things are looking still possible for all the teams who are ready to commit themselves perfectly for the map of Miramar, because this is going to start writing fates for who can qualify. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be stepping into the deserty island of Miramar, where the flight path is just making things much more interesting. A default flight path starting all the way from Torre Hamara, ending towards the Partona region, dissecting the map right to the center, giving a chance for every single team to go their specific drop location.
Now, this is a testimonial for every other team, and specifically, to be really, really specific for the teams, those who need very high points. Specifically, as you mentioned, Hero Extreme Godlike, they need a 30-point a game. Rising Esports, Versatile, need at least 20+ point a game in this very Miramar to keep themselves alive for the last match and to be alive in the competition, in the race for the top 8. Now, to make things easier, they have to go for some early on strategies. They have to go for those early finishes. They have to commit. They have to go and take those chances, because either way, for these teams, if I was one of the IGLs, Arka, my mindset would be clear that either way, we're not qualifying. So even if we have a little bit of slight chance and it kind of, pushes us to go a little bit extra aggressive or get those early finishes to maybe get a chance, I would really take that risk, because either way, if you're not qualifying, there's nothing more to lose for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the drop clashes. I see a bit of a kerfuffle at that San Martin region, where Ralph has already hit the ground, but Admino is still up in the air and could be a bit of a trouble. Lakh, Robraria, 3 of the players are out there, and what's happening to Admino still remains a question to us. Whereas Team Thamilas and Wildfangs, that is where Wildfangs would not want to lose this fight. Take my word on this, because Wildfangs right now 135 points, all that hard work might just go down the drains if they lose a player or two. They've got a big dream up ahead in front of them. Each and every player in that team is looking forward for redemption. Let it be Sensei, let it be Spray God, let it be Ralph, everybody are looking forward to play well.
They have to do something extraordinary, but also what you guys can do, those who are watching us live, if you're from Chennai, do not miss the action dropping at your city this weekend. From 14th to 16th of November, the CEGC 2025 Grand Finals will be held in the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, Chennai. The tickets are already live in Kin. Make sure that you grab yours, and you will get a chance to see your favorite athletes compete in front of your eyes. And maybe if you're a lucky guy or a girl, you might even stand a chance to meet your favorite players and maybe get some autographs if you get a chance.
Pardon me, I said Ralph, but I was referring to Kana and Tiger, or Sam. Now, these are the players who are also looking forward for redemption, but nevertheless, since Los Leones is a very, very big place and it got a lot of compounds around, teams, more than 2 teams can actually come in here and loot completely. And Meta Ninja, what do? They pounce upon the weaklings as Boomy gets taken down. That's 1 point rigged up and 1 inch closer towards that qualification.
Meta Ninja, they had dropped down to the 10th spot. They are in a dire need of points, and targeting on the players of Why Not Esports. They have dropped nearby, so it's nothing quite surprising. Meta Ninja, they need the points, they need the finishes, and for that they have to take those extra risks. Early points, again, is always very fruitful to any of the teams, those who tend to take the risks. And now every finish that Meta Ninja are going to get in this match will add up to their overall standings, pushing them close enough to the top 8 spot, while Marcos Esports, One Blade, Wildfangs, every team, they will be very cautious with every step that they will be taking in this very particular map itself. But it seems like DSG, they are retaliating against Rising Esports.
Why not? The more time this team buys, the more chances of a third party in that corner. Because many will be trying to read that finish feed and understand what's happening. Meta Ninja, they can't lose a player also. They need to be careful. They're in a bit of a pressure. And we have seen that players from Why Nots are also strong enough. Oh, shotgun being used. Oh my goodness! The crosshair moved a little bit to the right, listening to the sound, and immediately comes in to strike. And here, It's got to be MetaNinja a bit more stronger with that shotgun in the hand. They've got 3 frags already. The last man standing, Pew Pew, inside that container. Somebody peeks in through that window, will gain all the information. But Pew Pew will try to do her best to stay as silent as possible. Take my word on this. This corner is also going to be checked quickly. And probably MetaNinja, they'll be walking away with those early 4 finishes which they were looking out for.
3 already secured, and yes, last one. MetaNinja, if they don't check it, that can be a really big mishap. Maybe they are thinking that, okay, the one last player has left the grounds, but it's 1 plus K9 versus IQ Soul on the other side of the spectrum right now. Not a single finish being registered, but the knockouts were there. We've seen the players getting knocked out. Thunder with that pump shotgun waiting on the top of the hill, trying to get some control, but 3 players pounding on him. It's not going to be an easy task, and he gets decimated. 1 down, 4-1 Aiku Soul. Nakul is already knocked out, won't be getting any revival. Legit afar, they're into shambles, and there's nothing more that they can do. Joker in the open grounds will be taken down by Jerry Gaming with a beautiful spray of M249.
And it all comes down to IGL himself, who's also playing to make sure that he gets that MVP spot, sorry. So Legit puts up a smoke, tries to get closer towards JD Gaming, try to toss a grenade or 2, or probably get a vehicle and get into a position from where they can escape from here. But I don't think so. K9 is going to let them breathe. K9 is pretty intrigued. They know the importance of getting every single finish out here. Legit goes in for a close 1v1. Grenade is going to be cooked. But Omega is also coming in from a different directions. Legit needs to be careful. Tosses that grenade. Knows that he's going to be attacked from more than one direction. Now prepares a grenade out here. All he's going to do is wait for the opponents to come into his crosshair, but there's no way JD Gaming is going to let him breathe. Registers his second finish, but Team Aiku Soul gets eliminated, and the fans have got nothing to worry because they've got ample amount of points to make it into the grand finals.
1 step closer and making it possible. K9 Esports, we're sitting on 156 total points, and with this 4 finishes added, they will be moving up to 160s. But right now, Mad Kings, they have opened up their gates. Pro has been knocked out, AUTOBOTZ right in front of their eyes. Now, this is a really interesting ridge. I always tend to prefer playing around. And the players have got a big control over these places. Mad Kings, they have had a fair share of outing in the map of Miramar lately in the LCQ. And right now, Mad Kings, they are in need of points, but also they have nothing to lose at this moment. I am not quite sure whether they're going to qualify or not, even if they pull a 30 bomber in this game. Maybe a little hope, but I don't think it would be more enough to be, push them into the top 8. So they're going to enjoy the last 2 matches in the LCQ. Will try to create some trouble for the teams, those who are sitting in the top.
Lobster puts down Clutch God. This could be the opening of a sad demise for Clutch God, who was playing exceptionally well. But AUTOBOTZ, look at how they return the favor. They're also making sure they put Mad Kings under pressure. And how do they do that? They put the player who's the farthest away from the team down. So at least one player will have to get out from this position, get closer to Clutch God and get that revival. But Apollo is interested to end the deal for Pro. Ralph on the other side puts down Pro this time around. And things are not looking good for AUTOBOTZ all of a sudden. Yes, the man advantage still in the favor of Mad Kings, but Shadow running out in the open could be in deep troubles. Lobster has got a perfect angle and he's waiting for Shadow to make a small mistake. But we all know Shadow is capable of something unique. The jiggle was there. Lobster has done enough amount of damage. But by the looks of it, we see that Mad Kings have been eliminated. With a blink of an eye, it seems like Thanos has snapped against Mad Kings.
Oh, that is going to be hurting them a lot. But right now, that's a good one coming out from the other team's perspective. AUTOBOTZ will be pretty happy with what they have right now. But right now, it's time for the circle shift. It's going to be either a central one, and yes, it is going to be keeping La Bendita in the smack center. Rising Esports will be pretty happy. Also, TSG in the mix in the eastern side. Fights are brewing up. Finishes are being scored by the other teams, but for a lot of teams, this circle is something that they have craved for, because once again, as we mentioned earlier before the start of Miramar, a lot of teams are here to gain points. A lot of teams are here to compete for the top 8 spot. One Blade, Wildfangs, NINZA Esports, Versatile. A lot of teams in the mix trying to survive, gain as many points as possible from this Miramar. But it's a little unfortunate for that one player whose vehicle literally turned upside down.
For those who have just tuned in, let me paint a picture for you guys. Marcus Esports hold the 8th spot with 137 points, and the chances of qualification relies on the performance of the rest of the following teams. One Blade Wildfangs, sorry. One Blade Wildfangs have got 135 points, 2 shy from that 8th spot. Meta Ninja Esports have got 134, 3 shy from the 8th spot. Versatile have got 128, and that makes it around 9 points from the shy from the 8th spot. And after which, even though it's a far distance, Rising Esports and Godlike, both of them have crossed 100 points, closer to 110. They're also 27 points shy from the 8th spot. So everything is up for stakes for all these teams, because the 7th spot, which is taken by K9, right now holds 156 points, closer to 160. With 4 finishes already in their favor, they've got the 160 points. So it seems like they're also on the safe haven. But yes, Marcus Esports, Wildfangs, Meta Ninja, Versatile, and a far distance, Rising Esports and Godlike, all of them still eyeing to qualify with just 1 position at stake. That 8th spot, that 1 golden ticket, which among these teams are going to walk away with it?
Really important how things are going to turn around. As you mentioned, so many teams eyeing for that 1 spot. But in the meantime, Marcus Esports, they're way out in the open. INFINIX True Rip, but this is just free finishes for them. But a nightmare for Marcus Esports. They are sitting on the 8th spot, and they are the team who are vulnerable at this moment. For them to be in a disaster like this is something that you never ever expect. And right now, INFINIX True Rip is a team who is sitting really positively in the top 8, sitting in the 5th spot with 166 points on the board. Now they come across a team like this, and now they're trying to take down one after another. But 1+K9, they've got a business to do with Hero Extreme. GODLIKE as Power has been knocked out. Admino is there, but the topographic advantage will be there for 1+K9, and the Sage Switch comes in, and the damage being done. Jonathan gets a knock and instantly tries to confirm, but the retaliation will be there. JD Gaming in the backyards. Admino and Espower knocked out. Mania comes into the rescue. JD Gaming still cooking up something. One good nade can make a proper connection, and Jonathan, it literally landed in his foothills.
Now this is where Manya will choose to go in for a revival. JD Gaming as well, but they're being shot at from a distance. JD Gaming, is this going to be a wrong fate for him? Because S-Power is cooking up a grenade. Has no clue where JD is, but still lands one perfectly. And this time Manya goes in for a confirmation. Godlike, the blessing in disguise for them is at a distance in the name of VXT. And look at the tail, the twist in the tail. VXT comes in to help Godlike survive for a little bit longer. Is this the beginning of the end for VXT in this tournament?
But even they have stolen away 2 beautiful finishes that Hero Extreme Godlike had there. But yeah, VXT, I mean, they had a good difference, if you ask me, around like a 22-point difference from Hero Extreme Godlike. But yeah, they needed points. VXT, they will be working as scavengers in this very match itself, trying to prey on every other finish that will be lying in front of their eyes. Maybe a knocked player, maybe players in the open grounds. That is where they have to prey on. But for 1+K9, 4 finishes registered. Indeed, a decent start, but now having lost 3 of their crucial teammates, Omega has to do a lot of heavy lifting in order to survive, while he is literally walking inside the death trap of FS.
K9 got nothing to lose, to be frank, because they've got that early 4 finishes. And Omega, he stands to survive. Needs to be carefully shot at from different directions. I don't think so he's going to survive this time. It's going to be Dragon spitting fire yet again. K9 gets eliminated very early in this game. But 160 points is what they're put on board. Will that be enough for them to qualify? The decider is going to come up next in the map of ERANGEL. But for now, FS Esports, one of the other teams, are going to have, a lot of fun in this game. Because yes, let me remind you, FS Esports are the table toppers for now. got 184 points, 112 points when it comes to finishes, and 72 points when it comes to position.
Positioning points are really crucial, and that's how it is kind of deciphering again for the likes of ERANGEL God. Like, they've got 18 points just before this match started in terms of placement points. But in terms of finishes, they have 88, which is really higher than a lot of teams, specifically all the in a comparison to all the bottom 8 teams. ERANGEL God, like, they had the highest amount of finishes. But talking about the entire circle, ICO Team Tamilas will be sitting in the smack center as it has shifted down south, and all the banners will be flying up high, and everybody will be taking "Let's go, Los Leones."
I still wonder which among these teams are looking forward to put an end for Godlike. The reason simply being, if Godlike gets out of this game early, that means another person is out of the equation. Rising Esports as well, if they lose, if they go down with not many points, then there's another chance. Johnny, very low on HP, but Cyrax, as I was speaking about this, you have to watch out for Rising Inferno, because when they're committing to a fight, they're so persistent, just like that of AUTOBOTZ. They look forward to get at least one knock or a finished register. Johnny down on his knees, no problem whatsoever, to be frank, because I don't see anybody coming up close. Oh, Cyrax, there he is. From an off angle coming in, making sure that he finds that proper spot from where he can strike yet again. Henry comes in closer as well. Godlike needs to run away from this position if they have to survive, because the deadlock coming in from the side of Inferno is impossible to tackle at this point of time.
Indeed. And right as of now, 2 players are already on their way, closing up to Cyrax, aware of his positionings. The footsteps will be heard, and his power not trying to overcome it because he's under the radar of Devotee. Exactly in the crosshairs, but the shots will be fired. Cyrax, will he survive? The damage has been done. Drops down to almost 30 HP. But yep, he will be safe and sound. Espower took a wise choice not to go for any extra peeking angle. Just trying to be in the covers and try to get a knock if that was possible, rather than pushing away Cyrax from that particular spot. The mission was completed, but on the other end, FS Esports, they've got a business to deal with against INFINIX True Rippers, because 2 to 3 players have been knocked and confirmed by them.
Wildfangs, this is one of those teams who have been very silent after losing a player. And they know the importance of, trying to get into the top 3. True Rippers doesn't matter, because they know that they've qualified already. They've got enough number of points, 166 to be specific. FS as well have done a good job. Team Tamilas, even they're going to have a very, very decent run. They look forward to, somehow increase their firepower, try to play, apart from the meta, apart from understanding the new meta, they'll try to push and see how much more chicken dinners they can get. But let me remind you, they've got 4 chicken dinners so far, and looking like the tournament's favorites in this phase of the tournament.
Oh yeah. And just to see how things have turned around. I mean, hey, wait a second. Meta NINZA, they were taking the fight just a few moments ago. They've got 3 amount of finishes, and now they're up against DSG. It's just like they are just preying on the teams those who are sitting in the bottom, which is quite evident if you are Meta NINZA, because you do look forward to take points. And when it comes down to the finishes, that's where you would love to start, taking down the teams who are already lying at the bottom, not having anything to lose. It's a good choice, in my opinion.
The circle, the most important shift every single team out there will be looking out for. Which among these teams will be rewarded with it? And look at that big shift coming in out there. Team Tamilas are again going to be rewarded with a very, very good position in the circle. Godlike, they are the closest, if you ask me, apart from Victor or SUMUS. True Rippers as well, even they've got a good spot. But the rest of the teams will have a long journey up ahead in front of them. And guess what, AUTOBOTZ, they're pouncing about BXT, Smoker. I don't understand how Harim can miss so many shots. Smoker retaliates really well, but Ralphie comes in to rescue. But Ralphie, has he done enough? Because now VXT will look forward to finish the deal out here. Ninja Jot comes in from a distance. Somraj is already gone in for a revival for aimbot. And so does Ralphie. But look at the SG. They come in from an off angle. They're looking forward to, somehow be a part of this fight, get some frags or two, become a menace for VXT. And I don't think so it's going to be easier. Ralph and Ari already changed their position, but Ninja George still files Ralph. Ari in deep troubles. He'll have to step out of his cover and make sure he does something wonderful out here. But Somraj grenade cooks perfectly, lands right next to him, but still escapes that radius.
Oh, that was something that you need to look out for, but Ninja George lands the final blow. That's going to be the end run, but now it's VXT having 5 finishes in the bag. AUTOBOTZ Esports, they can exit, that's for sure, alongside its GSG's end as well. Talking about the other perspective, even ERANGEL GODLIKE, they're very close to the likes of Rising Esports. They were kind of poking them a little bit a few minutes ago. And right now they're under the radars. It's carrying and rotating in a single Mirado. That can be an easy target for the likes of ERANGEL GODLIKE, but they're playing way too intact and way too confined in a single spot, which I am really not liking.
Likes and dislikes, survival but finishes. A lot is in stake for the teams out there. Manya this time has come up with a different strategy altogether. He's not entering the circle, but he wants to hold the very tip of it. The main reason, yes, first clear our backlines. Make sure that nobody is there to backstab us. Then let's concentrate on the teams in front of us. But the sad part is, the teams who are right in front of him are the teams who are just above them in the overall standing. And they're going to give everything possible against GODLIKE from keeping not only at bay, but also eliminating them from the game.
How that can be a really good move. But so far now, NINZA, they're looking really strong. They're really looking really good. But one blade, Wildfang Spray God opens up. He gets Dragon out. Really important frags right away. Talking about the positionings. Marcos Esports, they're barely surviving. They're already in the back foot. They won't be going way too aggressive to get a lot of points in their bag. This is going to be a big opportunity. But right now, NINZA, they're in a death trap. 3 players down and out. And it's going to be victorious SUMUS to spoil the entire run. To spoil the honeymoon run of NINZA Esports. As they get taken down in the 11th spot with only of 6 finishes of what they have accumulated for themselves. And with that being said, it's looking really tough. Really tough for NINZA to be in the top 8, but right now in the radars it's going to be IQ Team Tamilas. But One Blade Wildfangs, they will be trying to get as many finishes as possible, because if NINZA are out of the competition, then it will open the gates for One Blade Wildfangs to climb up the ladder.
Spray God pans one out of the lobby. The frustration on Wildfangs is visible. Wildfangs, so close yet so far. From the 8th position, they've been jiggling around to the 10, 8, 7. Again, they come down to the 10th position. A bit of a lack in consistency. And that's why, from here on, they'll try to be more composed. GODLIKE, if they'd played like how they played the last few games, the first and second day, probably GODLIKE would have been qualified by now. Necros, I know you're going to agree with me on that.
Yeah, completely agreed. I mean, this is a very composed, very strategic gameplay coming up from the side of ERANGEL GODLIKE, unlike going blindly for the finishes, going for early drop clashes, contesting unnecessarily. They've done a lot of experimentations in the LCQ, but it did not work out the way it should be, and now they have to pay the price. Admino cooking up a nade, he's way too much in the open grounds, but if it connects well, Venom should be a dead man, but now it was a little overcooked here or there. But Venom is surviving, and yeah, Admino makes it possible that the 4th finish is registered. Victorious SUMUS will be taking an exit with only 4 finishes in the bag. Well, the circle has got a different story to tell us. While One Blade Wildfangs, they will be going up against a team, but from the backyards comes Rico every time from an unorthodox angle, and maybe this can be a very big spoiler for the likes of One Blade Wildfangs, but still, Kanha keeping the hopes alive, getting Hydro down.
Kanha, the last man standing. He did miss a lot of shots recently. Jelly is the closest to him, but Jelly is now choosing to somehow make it inside and try to tag them off. Yes, the footsteps is got to be heard. Kana is got to be tagged out from one direction and the other one as well. Spray God, the solo survivor, completely heals himself up. Now comes out in the open. It's got to be shot at 1 HP is what is left out. And Jelly says, you know what? I strike right behind you where you not see. And that's the end of the story out here. But Admino has started to pop things off. He's got one. Joining him closely is going to be Jonathan. Gets 2 frags in their name. And this time, it's against Rising Inferno. 6 frags strong is what Godlike is looking. They need a 30-pointer to make sure that they have a fighting chance in the final game.
It's very tough indeed. Only having 6 finishes and from here to reach 20 is almost impossible. But at least 6 more finishes is what they can rack up to maybe push it to the final match. FS Esports right in front. S-Power was a little overcommitment coming up from his end. Admino being shot from a distance from Dreams of Marcos Esports. S-Power knocked out in a vulnerable position, but also in the safer grounds to get the revival possible. FS Esports, they will be taking an exit with only 1 finish in their bag, while Hero Extreme Godlike, they're still 4-man standing. Dreams end their run. Marcos Esports, they also take an exit, it seems, but maybe there's only 1 more player still remaining. We have to just make a confirmation. Yes, Ralph OG is surviving, but INFINIX True Rippers in the terms of rotation here, they have been caught off guard by VXT, and now 2 of the players down and out in a blink of an eye.
Godlike, they might get this chicken dinner, but what they require is more than a chicken dinner. They need more points, they need more finishes, and that's why Manya is just scouting around to check how many players are alive. And look at that. If they see even a small crate, they're not taking a risk. They're just firing blindly at it. Most of these players out there in the circle would not want to give their finish to anybody inside of the circle. Pew Pew going in for a heal battle can be a bit of a menace for VXT. She's got 3 more first aids, but still she chooses to go in for a fire. Yes, most of the shots are connecting, but somehow VXT survives. Pew Pew, does she have time to heal 1 more? No, that's not going to be the case. Lesson learned the hard way. Pew Pew gets eliminated out here. VXT gets in closer towards the side of ME as well. Marcus Esports, Versatile, Wildfangs, all of these teams who had to survive are now surviving. Godlike, is it late for them to get a chicken dinner? Let's wait and watch.
The circle is still there, closer to Hero Extreme Godlike, but once again, the topographic advantage is for VXT. Somraj, he's reigning supreme this time. 6 solo finishes for this lad. The IGL says it's my time to kind of smoke things up. But now, over the course of time, the winning chances are quite high for Hero Extreme Godlike. They have the advantage, they have the utilities to work out with. Ralph OG in the mix, in a sandwich spot. Not quite sure about how he's going to take that battle. Though I'm 100% sure that Hero Extreme Godlike might just not like to push onto that compound. But VXT, they have to leave these upper grounds. They have to come downhill. There's no other option for them. They have got the vehicles, but they're already smoked up. It's going to be a very tough call, but VXT, they have to make a move. 1 will be staying back for the heal battle. That's really very evident.
No, now VXT is going to be coming up with 2 mindsets. One person is going to heal and make sure he gets to that second spot. The other 2 players will try to find out that solo man Ralph, try to put him out, get that second position, and also push forward to see how many more finishes they can rake up from Godlike. Yeah, a mission which sounds impossible, and let's see which are the agents which are going to be sent forward for it. Ralph still got a grenade in his hand. He knows that VXT is going to one way or the other push against him. And he's going to hold on to that position. Somraj tosses up a grenade blindly in the air. And now all of them are looking forward to make it inside the circle. Ninja Jod gets shot at from a distance. A lot of shots going his way. Somraj also gets tagged off. But Ralph now is ready. His location compromised. Can Ralph do wonders over here? He's got the deadly DBS. Has done a bit of a damage. He'll have to step out of his cover. But Mbot, he jumps and he strikes. Johnny's grenade puts down Somraj. 4 finishes is what Godlike is looking forward to. Ninja Jod also gets taken down. And this is where the bombardment starts to begin. 1 last man standing for VXT. Can he do some wonders? 8 frags is what they've got. They need 2 more over here. Jumps in, strikes perfectly, puts another man down. And Godlike this time gets that chicken dinner, but at the cost of getting minimum finishes. Will this be enough? Will this give them a fighting chance to make it into the grand finals? The last match is going to be a very, very interesting one.
Oh, that's for sure. 11 finishes is what Hero Extreme Godlike have racked up for themselves in this map of Miramar. This was really a proper classy, I would say, completely comprised gameplay, a well-coordinated match from Hero Extreme Godlike, and maybe for all the Godlike fans, those who have been watching them throughout the semi-finals and LCQ. See, I've not been that consistent with the semi-finals. That was a different story, but in this entire LCQ, this game is the most perfect game that has ever come from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike, and they have got the results from what they are capable of. This is a lineup comprised of 3 MVPs and an MVP IGL as himself, who is a winning IGL, one of the best IGLs that you can ever ask for in the BGMI circuit. And right now, they are slowly and gradually getting the flow, but I just wonder that it's too late for them to make a comeback right now.
I mean, this is their first chicken dinner, and I don't understand as to why it took so much time for them. 23 games is what it took for this team to become a more composed unit, a more stronger unit when it comes to not only synergy, but also the firepower, but also a team which is capable of having a controlled aggression. Until now, they were just going berserk. Let me tell you that, because if you compare the possession points and the finish points, it's more of like a 10:1 ratio. And we're going to be speaking more about all of this across the break, guys. We just need a break because it's time for us to do the calculations as well. We're going to come back with a lot of better analogies. Make sure you share it among your friends, because the last game is going to be a very interesting turn of events. See you guys on the other side.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Life will turn out how you make it. Bet I make it feel amazing. Pressing up against that body, turn you to somebody, to me, let me face it. Pretty soul, I make a face. How did I go from a stranger to someone you hit up when you need a favor? Drop low on occasion, and I bless that heart. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold that, let me take my time. spot for the brown eyes. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold up, let me take it.
Move out the way like damn. Try get my van. Lapped up, try get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try get my van. Lapped up, try get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. Try get my van. Lapped up, try get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. I got a plan. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like, do you know who I am? Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Damn, try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn, stick with me, I got a. Like damn, throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn, stick with me, I got a. Like damn, throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn, throwing bands and it's making them.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
दिल बोले बूम
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
With Godlike taking this wonderful chicken dinner home with 11 finishes in their bag, maybe this is keeping their hopes alive in the competition in the race towards the top 8 spot, but also Versatile coming in the mix, bagging up a lot more points, can cause a lot of trouble to the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CEGC 2025. You're watching the Last Chance Qualifier, the final day. The final match will be underway in a few moments, but joining alongside me, it's going to be my twin. It's going to be Raider, with whom I'm twinning once again. I mean, man, it's a wonderful day, isn't it so?
Brown boys and black tees, always the perfect pair. But yeah, moving on, the MVP of this particular match from Team Versatile, it's Somraj. As you said, he definitely smoked out a lot of opponents. 6 finishes, 27 is the MVP ranking. But trust me, these 6 finishes and overall play to the top 2 was very, very important for Team Versatile, and that is obviously going to give them one of the biggest chances maybe to qualify to the LAN venue, be there in the top 8 of LCQ. Cutoff seems to go to north of 150 points, maybe 155 will be the marker where the cutoff could go, and Team Versatile is closely inching towards it. Hero Extreme Godlike, a 21-pointer winner chicken dinner, definitely is a significant one, but honestly I believe the match before this one, the ERANGEL, in that particular match, if a Godlike could have secured some 10 to 20 points in the table, then this winner chicken dinner could have been significant. But I think with 127 points on the board, do you think, Necros, there is a chance that they can qualify if they get something good in this one?
That's very hard to be very honest, because once again, 21 points scored, yeah, it's fine, but it's kind of impossible until unless they pull off a 30 bomber. If you talk about the overall standings, it is going to give you a lot of chest about it. So from 186 is where 100 FS Esports is sitting, solidifying their position. Every team till the 6th position, I would say, they have confirmed their slot for the top 8. K9 have reached the 160 marker. I think they should be good enough, because there are the other teams that are still lying in the 135s and 140s, so not easy to chase down like a 24-25 points. So K9 also safe and sound. So there is only one more slot left, and that's going to be Marco's Esports slot, because below them they've got Versatile 143, Meta NINZA with 141, 136 on One Blade Wildfangs, and then 127 for Hero Extreme Godlike. So once again, for Godlike, they need a 30 bomber. A 30 bomber is what they require to reach 140, close to 140, and maybe dethrone Marcos Esports, but they're already close by. So yeah, I don't think that's really high chance. But for Versatile, they have a lot to do. They can just literally dethrone Marcos. Even for Meta NINZA, it's possible.
I think there are 2 teams that I really want to talk about, and one of them is definitely Meta NINZA. They were sitting on the top 8 spot, I believe specifically on the 8th spot before the day started, and look at them. They've got very low amount of points on the table, and that's exactly why they're slipping away. They started with 123, and right now they've got around 143 points on the table. So again, just 20 points in 5 games, that too on the day where they really need a lot of amazing points on the table. But this last match of ERANGEL will tell us all the stories, will clear us all the doubts of who is going to qualify and who is not going to make the cut. With that, another team that I really want to talk about is going to be Wildfangs, as they were there with 124 points at the 7th spot when the day started, and right now they are at the 11th spot with 136 points. So just 12 points altogether in 5 games. Very big upset for Wildfangs, as these 2 teams, Meta NINZA and Wildfangs, they were in the qualifying arena. Right now they're out of it, and K9, Marcos, all these teams are building their own chance to qualify to the LAN venue. The flight path looks good. It's a diagonal one starting from Hospital going down to Novoripnoi.
it's really interesting to see how things have turned around, and we're coming down to the final match of LCQ with a lot of expectations. And once again, if you are a team who is looking forward to qualify, you have to prey on the teams, those who are not performing that well. The biggest names so far has been Chennai Esports, DSG, Mad Kings, Rising Esports as well in the mix, if you can say so. If any team is willing to take those early points, early chances, this is the time.
Versatile.
And yeah, I mean, look at Versatile. They don't want to take any risks. They know that Hero Extreme GODLIKE, they will be there for Pochinki. And while Versatile is aware that they have a really good chance of qualifying to the LAN, why to take any kind of risks? That's a really great move, giving away the entire Pochinki to Hero Extreme GODLIKE and letting them to do whatever they want out there.
It's like, let them fight, let them do whatever they want to. We are going to play a safe battle. But 1+K9 solidifying their own positioning. Victorious SUMUS up against 1+K9. Feels like that the battle is going in a seesaw ride. Mad Kings, super close to them is Team DSG. Usually they love to play in style bursts, but right now the flight path provoked them to jump in situations like this. Mad Kings, for them, again, qualification is a lost cause because they're super low in terms of the leaderboard. They're not even north of 100 points. They're below 100 points. That's a problem. Victorious SUMUS, they've lost 3 of their own. And there you go. Retaliation comes through. Fury, he tagged one. Omega got taken down, but eventually, instantaneously, we get to see a trade fire as well. See, 1+K9 is definitely not going to go out of equation, I believe, at this point, because they have right now got 164 points on the table. Cutoff, ideally, is going to go north of 150 and south of 155. I believe 150, 155 is the right place where I have been talking about the cutoff could actually go. So, for that reason, now Victorious SUMUS, K9, teams like that are already super ahead of it. Mad Kings, they started off in a good way. Knocks are coming through. Clutch he finds one more. And Team DSG, they are falling like a bunch of cards.
Oh yeah, eventually one after another. They're coming down and they're just falling like it doesn't even matter. They don't even stand a chance against Mad Kings. But right as of now, it's going to be interesting to see how things are going to turn around. So far, DSG, she's the only survivor. Shadow down if she wants to. Shots being fired. Another player close by has to take the shots. Players ready, one shot. They wanted to go and knife out Archie, and that has costed one of the players. Still, Pro is on a very low HP. Shadow out there. Archie cannot decide to go and jump out. That would be a really bad decision in my opinion. Smoking things up, keeping it really interesting. Making it tougher for Mad Kings to win this fight that easily. They're cooking up a nade. One good connection can just give her one more opening.
Apollo, that's a big loss for Mad Kings. He wanted a knife, as you rightly called it out. That didn't really work out. Archie was quick with a reflex and she retaliated. Now the question is, can she find more damage on Mad Kings? Grenades are being cooked. Utilities are being tossed out here. Pro pushes in. Pro touch guard from the back end. Shadow with the shotgun as well. See, for close range, they do have some solid weapons to work with, but Clutch God is now going to toss another grenade. This one was close, but no, not close enough. Archie will still survive. There goes another grenade. Smoke one. Oh, that was sticky grenade actually. Meanwhile, Team Tabalas, they're going ham. FS Esports Sahil is actually taken down. But trust me, these are the table toppers who are fighting. Main question is, what is NINZA going to do? How Wildfang is going to play the battle? How Godlike is going to perform? What Versatile is going to do? These 3-4 teams who are there from the 7th spot till the 10th spot, I would say, they have the main contention right now.
Exactly. I mean, this is a kind of buffer that we have already kind of calculated with all the overall standings that we have in front of our eyes. But now to kind of delay this fight over such a long period of over the course of time, it's something that Mad Kings would be a little pissed off. They've also lost one of their players, so it's not a great thing to talk about. But IQ Team Thamlas, this is going to be a really interesting heads-up battle. For Godlike, it's really important. TT Rico goes down. Admino's precise nade made the connection well. Nade did not connect well, but it went outside. Dragon caught Jonathan off guard. Gets a knockout, but could not get the confirmation while the other players are still intact in their spot. Rico tries to fall back. Admino's another nade can make a good opening, but oh, Admino, he barely survives that. Dragon falls back. Mr. IGL is still there. FS in the mix. Hero Extreme Godlike in a really big trouble.
But Clutch God, he'll find the trade. He'll take the revenge with the dagger. Rico, he'll be back getting the reset. So is Extreme God like Jonathan. But right now, so many teams are chiming in. Remember, this is one of the most important game for Hero Extreme God. Like, if they survive through all this ruckus, why not? Team Tamilas on the backlines, FS Esports, if they survive through all of this, they might be the qualifying one. But that's not going to be easy. Trust me. Hero Extreme Godlike has struggled in so many matches to get a 4v45 done. Right now, we are talking about a fight against 3 other teams. FS Esports, the table toppers, one of the table toppers. Team Tamilas again solidified their position in the leaderboard that they are going to qualify. They're going to go to Chennai, represent their home ground. The drawers of Team Tamilas will be there. But what will Godlike do? Even if they back out, FS Esports can easily trade them out. So this is a very tough spot, and Jonathan, Manya roaming all around in the open space. They have no idea where the players of FS Esports are. If they knock out these lads, the finish could be coming through very soon. Now Hero Extreme Godlike is in the vehicles. Admino has no idea of where the opponents are. FS Esports not even moving a muscle at this moment. Hero Extreme Godlike, they went deep to get the information of where the player is. But trust me, you're not even concerned about the players. It's the teams that you have to be concerned for. FS Esports is there, Why Not is there, but Roman, he's holding his breath. He's still holding that particular compound. No shots taken. None of the shots have been taken yet. But I think there is a positioning of Levi that has been revealed. And now Manya, Jonathan, they do know that there is someone who is lurking in the shadow. And Levi gets overrun by the vehicle. There's the first strike for Hero Extreme Godlike. The opening they needed. And now Roman's positioning is also being made aware of. FS Esports is on. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're clearing the backs and heading for the front end.
Oh yeah, already this is going to be interesting. A 3-way trifecta indeed, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they have to do something. They have to get the finishes as quickly as possible. But also talking about, it's going to be getting interesting if Why Not Esports can come off guard and maybe pick 1 or 2 players of IQ Team Tamilas. Well, IQ Team Tamilas, they're sitting really in a very sweet spot. They're enjoying the game because they have already qualified for the LAN Finals. There is nothing taken away from their end. But the question still remains. What can be done next? FS, they've lost a couple of players, but right now they still remain in the competition, maybe to spoil the game for the other teams.
Yeah, they want to be the party spoilers, but the thing is, FS Esports, it's poetic that they came in with just 2 players and they were taken down. TSG is done, Victor SUMUS is out, FS is out, the number of teams is running low. But even for Why Not Esports, this entire play is not that good, honestly. They are in a wide open spot. What if Team Tamilas is going to build a flank? Then there could be a big problem for them. Although there is no vehicle available nearby. Okay, finally Bhumi and BabyBot are going to bring in vehicles for the team. And then they are going to rotate further into the circle. And I truly believe that Hero Extreme Godlike's decision of moving out of this fight was very, very good. Now they are at 129 points, but they still have to go to like 150, 155 in order to qualify. And that too in a case where Versatile does not perform, where Marcos does not perform. So there are a lot of odds that are running. But Team Tamilas versus Why Not, this is something that is going to happen. Grenades being cooked, utilities being tossed, BabyBot quick on the idea of jumping in and checking out where the barnhouse individuals are holding off. It's Mr. Rigel who's still holding off the exact angle. BabyBot tries to get the information, no information as such. But there's a backup that is coming from the backends as well. Bhumi still has no idea that Mr. Rigel has been there with the canted peak. And he's still waiting to move and get the job done.
Oh my god, he's coming up front and now
Lovely.
Knock arrives. A beautiful execution, but indeed the backup is still in the back end. Shots will be fired, but playing really in a composed manner. All the utils being dumped in the right spot. IQ Team Tamilas never expected to face clash like this. It came from the blind angle, and right now, Why Not Esports, they will be trying to kind of get the best out of it. The nade was almost close, but not exactly inside the compound to get the opening, or otherwise it could have been another blow to the side of IQ Team Tamilas. But Rico completely hidden, completely dead, silent.
Oh, he's waiting someone to drop.
Yeah, that he's gonna give a big nightmare to at least one of the girls.
Oh, Pew Pew. She has no idea that there is someone in the smoke. Oh, finally they pitch in. Finally they pitch in. But Rico still gets taken down. Where was this reflex for the first 23 games? Where was this type of fighting spree in the first 23 games? But Hero Extreme GODLIKE, they're once again interested in this fight. They want to build up a third party out here. This could be beneficial for them, although they have to make sure that they maintain their manpower. But Irish, she gets taken down. Team Tamil has this strike. This strike was something that is not easy to deliver with, but Jonathan will connect. He will shut down Pew Pew Gaming. And that's it for Why Not Esports. Now they are losing players. Edmino gets retaliated. It's Dragon who was breathing heavy on Jonathan initially, and now Edmino is a lost cause for him. S-Power retaliates by taking down Team Tamila's Dragon. He has been taken down. Mada on the another angle. He has built up a flank, a good one to be honest. And now Team Tamilas has been sandwiched. It's just Beard Baba who's left, the last man standing. But I talked about this. Hero Extreme GODLIKE cannot lose their manpower. And they have actually lost one of their own.
This is really a little bit problematic when you are looking forward for a great match, for a big match. Every player counts in, and I guess Hero Extreme GODLIKE, they're quite aware that, yep, it is something that they need to be careful about. Beard Baba still intact in that spot. I'm 100% sure that Hero Extreme GODLIKE is not quite aware of Beard Baba's positioning. Though they're still cooking up
the
a
grenade
nade.
is going
One
in.
good nade as power. Can he do something better? Is it going to make that connection? It does, and Beard Baba is out. Aiku Team Tamilas, they take an exit in the 12th spot. But Why Not Esports, they are still in the barn house, and I hope that Hero Extreme GODLIKE, they are aware about it, because if they want to take a fight, and if they can literally take them down one by one, they can get 3 more finishes if they don't make any errors. While S-Power, he's the Spider-Man, it seems.
This angle that S-Power has created, it's going to be problematic for the lads of Why Not Esports. Meanwhile, in the lobby, Rising Esports versus Ico Soul is also happening. But to be honest, all our concern, all our eyes are set on this entire team of Hero Extreme GODLIKE. What they are building, where they are going to go, what their performance, what their impact will be. That's the main stuff to talk about. Why Not Esports, all female lineup, qualified from the Lunar stage, eyeing for a big leap at the end. But no, Jonathan will connect. A jump shot. S-Power gets traded off. S-Power is on the verge of getting finished, but no, there's the backup. The cavalry arrives, and there you go. Hero Extreme GODLIKE will survive. Not just survive, but thrive. Lovely game from the sides of Hero Extreme GODLIKE. 8 amazing finishes in the top 9. And now they're eyeing for a 30 bomber. If that happens, all the hopes, all the glory, all the love, all the support from the fans will be fulfilled. But this is a good path that they are walking on. With the loss of one individual, got 8 amazing frags. And all the other table toppers, they're going head to head with each other. That gives Hero Extreme GODLIKE a room to escape, a room to perform. Now, what do you think, Necros? What can happen next?
This is an interesting part of the entire BGMI game. You never know what happens next, but Ico Soul's Joker caught off guard. This is something Ico Soul, I mean, they aren't much bothered about it because they have got the points what they want for themselves. But right as now, what they require is to just stay alive, maybe get some more points, solidify their position, finish in the top 3 if it's necessary. But a 1+ K9, they will make sure that they reach at least 170 points by the end of this match. But JD Gaming gets taken down. Legend! He's just too legend! He gets 3 in a row! Oh my god! Ico Soul's Legend! We have missed him for such a long time, but he's making sure that people remembers his name, people recognizes his name over and over the course of time. To make things more bold, he's gonna take down the Bloodhounds who are right in front of their compound as Omega is the sole survivor. But now this one legend will try to reap the soul out of that one player who's remaining from the side of K9. But will that be possible? That's a big question because Omega, he aren't backing off. The nades are in the pinpoint position. Ninja Boy gets decimated and completely blasted off while Omega in the right position. But the nade is going in a different spot as Omega barely trying to do something miraculous to end the run of Ico Soul.
Oh my god, this is something legendary coming in from Legend. Both the teams are bound to qualify, there's no doubt in that. Where Omega, the IGL, up against another IGL. Legend is right now fulfilling the shoes of being the IGL for the team. And the 1v3 this lad was able to pull off with a grenade to start it off and then shotgun connections was just so soothing to watch. And this is what you want to see. from teams like this. This was something that we were expecting from teams like this. But remember, Versatile is still surviving, Meta Ninja is still surviving, Marcos is still surviving. These three teams are the biggest hurdle for Hero Extreme Godlike to qualify in the LAN venue. And if these three teams goes down, Hero Extreme Godlike gets a winner and a chicken dinner. That's it. We can say that the biggest titans of BGMI scene are going to go head to head each other. But for now, it seems like that one of them is on the losing end. But there you go. Omega has been spotted. Omega goes in for the spray. Omega connects. And that's it for Legit. But honestly, as a fan, you're already happy with what Legit has done.
Oh yeah, exactly. He has done wonders. He has done a great job. There is no doubt about it. But talking about the other perspective, once again, VXT, they're also in the race. They have had a really safe and sound start. They didn't want to flinch anything away. They didn't want to take any kind of risks in order to qualify and solidify their spot in the top 8. But I have to keep things in mind as well. Even Marcos Esports, they are surviving, though they haven't scored a single point. But still, they are there in the game. And as long as Marcos Esports is there, as long as Meta Ninja Esports is there, the threats always stay alive for VXT. Even for Hero Extreme Godlike, the long they are, will be there surviving and scoring points, it will be a problem. Because out of all the bottom 8 teams, those who are still competing for the 8th spot, only Hero Extreme Godlike is the only team to having scored 8 points, though the difference is very huge for them. Hey, what? What?
Oh, they know that they have made the cut, man. They are going to get this choo-choo train to Chennai. That's for sure. Sitting at 5th spot at this point with 174 points. Jelly and the boys knows that they are not just taking the banner of Indian flag to the global stage, but also going to mark history by representing their team in CEGC.
This is crazy.
History in making. Oh yeah, it is. But can you really say anything otherwise at this point? This justifies it. INFINIX Troopers, they were struggling for the first 6 games. The first day performance was not up to the mark. They were struggling. Clearly, they were on the back foot, and that's one of the biggest reasons. Their performance was not coming through, despite the fact that they are bound to go to PMGC to represent India. They struggled in semi-finale. They were not able to make the cut of top 8 from the semi-final straight up for the grand finale. They went down to LCQ. It's basically a grind for them, where they have showcased their prowess. Look at the number of finishers Troopers were able to get, 122 altogether. That's huge. And that's something that they have to work on with regards to PMGC as well. They wanted to work on their finishers. They have Harsh, they have Hydro, they have Skillful. But Jelly, as an IGL, when he stepped in, the placement points also started to come in.
Yeah, exactly. And that is really necessary. You know that sometimes the placement points are really crucial, and who can literally understand that better than Hero Extreme Godlike? I mean, at this point, they're just sitting in 28 placement points before this match started. They have the highest amount of finishes in the entire bottom 8 half. Okay, so now if they have this amount of finishes, just imagine if they had a little bit more placement points, they could have literally been in the race. They could have literally competed to be in the top 8. There's no doubt about it. If and only if they had done this heavy lifting a little bit earlier. But right now, One Blade Wildfang Spray God, he literally came very close to Omega. So I'm not quite sure whether they're going to go for a duel, because K9, yes, they have solidified 7 points scored. They are happy. They're in the top 8. They will be also getting a 1 placement point if they get eliminated right now. And the circle is in the areas of Rozok. So now this is going to be a playing ground for VXT as well as Marcos Esports, because that's a compound circle is always really chaotic.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult, but Hero Extreme Godlike, look at the way they are trying to come into the circle. They're going to take the crossroads, not basically coming in from the Water City towards Rozok. That's not the idea for them. Versatile, they are already moving in. Meta Ninja, they're on the move and they have taken the crossroads as well. But Wildfang versus Meta Ninja, this is going to be another interesting set of fight. But there you go, Ronnie! Quick with his reflex, switching the aims. I think Necros, you won't be able to do it anytime soon, but this guy can.
Hey, you never have seen me spraying like that, so yeah, you did never.
Yeah, I mean, you are a TDM player, so how can I see you spray?
I am better in sprays. I am better in sprays. I'm not good in close range. No, I'm not good in close range. I'm good in long range fights. But it's okay.
Okay.
We don't talk about that because it's a final match, and most importantly, NINZA, they're on that radar. They're getting the knockouts, which is really important for them. It's really important for them to score the points because they were sitting on 141. Man, you just got to score at least 10 to 15 points to solidify your spot in top 8. And now for them, this is where they start things off.
I want to see where Hero Extreme Godlike is traveling at. Are they coming from where the Autobots is switching in? Or are they going to go for the Extreme Northern rotation? Like where Omega was holding up when there was K9 versus Soul happening. I really want to see what kind of rotation Team Godlike is going to cut. Manya, the brain behind the bronze of 3 MVPs. It is difficult. It is definitely difficult, but no, they have pushed in. Although, Autobots, they are chiming in. They are putting up the damage. Jonathan goes down. One of the players is down. And they're out. Autobots, they have capitalized right here. The grenades are being cooked. There goes another grenade. Lovely one. Pro gets super low. No, he's still there. He's still fighting back. He has got the HP to work with. Pro goes down with another grenade. And it's off his own teammate. But Manya, he goes down. Hopes of Hero Extreme Godlike making the cut in top 8 is dwindling. At this point, the last man standing is S-Power. P90 is coming in front of him very, very soon. Oh my god, this is not looking good. And not just that, Lobster and the other individuals, they're just switching up angles. Look at this. Lobster, they wanted to play cheeky, but that is not going to happen. There comes another grenade. S-Power fighting for every ounce of his energy. He has secured 4 good finishes for the team, but the problem is still a lot to be done. A winner chicken dinner to be taken, and all of that is now not looking possible as Manya and Jonathan are down. And look at this from the back angles. It's got to be Spray God who will take his power down, and Hero Extreme Godlike unfortunately will not make the cut of top 8. That's it. It's done. Now the question remains at large is what will Marcos do? How Wildfang is going to play? What Meta NINZA is going to do? What Versatile will do? Out of 5 teams, only 4 remains for the contestants of #8 slot.
Exactly. This is going to be interesting to see. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're out, but all the teams that are surviving, Marcos Esports, they had made things clear for themselves, okay, right? They knew, they know somehow the other way that, okay, if we kind of survive till the top 3 or top 5, we're going to get the placement points, and that's all what they want. 6 to 7 points is what Marcos Esports desire of themselves, but for Wildfang, it's a different story. You got to take the finishes, and for that, they've approached really quite well. Autobots, they can be the party spoilers. They have been for Hero Extreme Godlike. They can do the very same for Wildfangs as well, as Spray God is the first one to go down alongside Sensei.
And Harif, he is not letting it go that easily. Tam comes out of the craft, but instantaneously gets sacked off. Kana becomes the last man. He has to pull off something what Legit has done, what Omega has done for the team. He has to pull off a 1v2, 1v3 spree at this moment. It's going to be difficult for sure. Pro pushes in. Pro super close. Good tags coming in from both the sides, but still the final blow yet to come. Pro is just peeking and shutting down every possibility of Kara surviving in this fight. But remember, there could be a flank from the other guy as well. Both of them are keeping the same angles. Now Kana is super low. He's running thin on his HP. And there you go. Wildfang, and their qualification is also down the drain. Remember, guys, when the day started, Wildfang, Meta NINZA, both of them were in top 8. Now one of them is out. A team where fans were relying their hopes on, Hero Extreme Godlike, is out. Versatile. Somraj brings the newer players. He tries to qualify. He tries to perform. And he's still in the contention.
He knows how to handle the situations, and right away, there is no doubt about it. We are really, really close by to how things will turn out. One of the most interesting and most intense matches in the entire CEGC 2025 so far. This circle of Rozok is a testimonial of what BGMI is all about. INFINIX True Rippers trying to find a sweet spot for themselves, while Omega, a lone wolf, still trying to fight out against every odds that he has to face. And now his position is completely compromised. Marcos Esports, they have been too silent throughout the game, but now this is the moment where they will be looking forward to get the finishes. Nades being tossed in, utilities being dropped in that compound, looking forward to get some finishes in their favor. But Marcos Esports, they know they have made it to the top 6. They don't want to spoil anything more, because even Marcos Esports, they are willing to fight. They're willing to qualify. AUTOBOTZ Ralphie, he has been a party spoiler for a lot. He did manage to get another one, but Marcos Esports, they will still be intact in that spot. But look at the entire smoke screen that they have made. My god, INFINIX to rippers. How many smokes were they carrying for themselves?
In this last game of LCQ, we are in for a good one, trust me. The kind of chaos that we are witnessing right now is amazing, but Fame from NINZA will connect. Hydro goes down by the hands of Ninja. Versatile wants to strike, and it seems like that Harsh will be the last man standing for now, as his teammates, they are crumbling down. Hydro running on thin ice. Harsh pushes through. Ninja Jord, Aimbot, Smoker, all of them have got the confirmation that yes, players are running low. Harsh is going to get into the hovercraft, repatch himself, and that's exactly when Marcos is going to strike on NINZA as well. Things are now looking a little bit more clear as the smokes have dissipated. Smoker, put up a bullet on that hovercraft and then you will get the clarity. Harsh goes down, INFINIX to rippers is out, Ninja Jord and his team Versatile, and now even closer to their qualification. But trust me, it's a tough call for NINZA as well, as they are running low in terms of their finishes. Marcos, they have got some finishes to work with, but Omega is still not willing to go down. He's still there. One of the table toppers of the entire lobby is still there, hurting a lot of individuals.
Now remember one thing, Marcos and Versatile, they were in that 7th, 8th and 9th spot with a 1-point difference. And right away what we see in the map of Rozhok, it is going to be really interesting to watch out for Marcos Esports. 4 players remaining. They have a couple of finishes to work out with, but while VXT, they have 4 finishes in the back. Omega can be the big party spoiler for the likes of Marcos Esports, because now Marcos have only 1 point, my dear friend. If the placement points still sit right, Marcos Esports can be the one to qualify, while VXT, they have lost Somraj. The IGL is down. They're running low on numbers when it comes to the 3 players, those who are in the battleground right away, right now, present. They are all capable of multiple clutches. Right now, they have to do something similar, while NINZA, they're trying to be the big trouble in the entire road to glory for VXT.
It's not just the fight for a winner, chicken and a dude. It's a fight for the survival in CEGC. And that's exactly why you get to see every single decision being so critical. NINZA, they definitely need some good points. Versatile, as you rightly called it out, between Marcos and Versatile, there was just a single point difference. But NINZA was down to 141. That means 2 to 3 points of a difference was there between NINZA and the qualifying team Marcos at that point when 23rd game went down. Now, the players are pushing in. I think K9's compound, Omega's compound is something which Versatile is looking at. But there are so many ridges. Marcos has got this figured out. The angles that they're playing on, the ridges that they have controlled. NINZA, they'll have a tough time to crack the code and eventually push through. It is definitely going to be a big challenge for these 2 teams. For Versatile, for NINZA. Marcos, if they hold their ground, this could be done. This fight is something that they can win. Right now, Smoker is going up front, but he has no clue that there is an entire parade of a team on the right corner. It's NINZA, but there goes the spray. Aimbot connects, and not just that, Gamla Boys Nate is going to find Some. NINZA, they are crumbling down. Versatile, they are going ham onto them. But only 1 slot is available. It's just #8 that is available right now. Who's going to take it away? That's the big question. Grenades getting cooked. NINZA, they are trying to fight back. They are trying to survive, and Fame unfortunately goes down by the hands of Ninja Jord. Ninja Jord yet to repatch himself. His HP is super low. Finally gets the HP back and shuts down. NINZA is done. The question remains at large: is Versatile versus Marcos. Who is going to take the qualification? Is it Marcos? Is it NINZA? No, NINZA is not there anymore. Is it Versatile? They have got the frags, Necros. I think that could be the breaking point.
That could be the breaking point, but once again, 8 finishes back down. The numbers advantage is really low for the likes of VXT, Ninja Jord, as well as Smoker.
Omega.
A young lad has got a big responsibility on his shoulder, but Omega is just adding like a party spoiler, but now his position is kind of compromised. 1 good nade. Eggy and Gamla Boy both can be taken down in a blink of an eye, but the finish of Omega has been there. Completely taken away by Smoker. The young lad is blazing high as Versatile. They are showing the versatility that they have got within themselves to might be the one to finish in the top 8, while the dreams might just slowly crumble down for Marcos Esports. They have a really less number of finishes, while VXT, they have made sure that they will start things off slowly and gradually and will end things on a bombastic note.
One good grenade Smoker has got, that's it. That's the utility they have got right now. And Smoker's position is visible as Eggy can see the foots. There goes the grenade. It's a close one. Eggy still survives with the grenade damage. Molly has been thrown. But trust me, the number of frags is super low. Even if they get a winner chicken of 13 points, I think that's again going to put them in a questionable stance. A gap of just a single point is there, guys. Just a single point. Smoker cooks off another one. No connections to be found. Circle is going to push Marcos Esports out of that barn house, and that in itself is going to give them the breather. Couple of boys super duper low right now, running on thin ice. Their utility also looks depleted. I think this is it, Nick Rose. I think this is it. Versatile could be nailing their qualification. Right now, where we are standing at, as per my calculations, Versatile definitely has got it. But if the winner comes from Team Marcos Esports, things might look very, very close, very, very uptight. The space, the shots, Ninja George's position being revealed every now and then. It is looking like a big challenge, but there you go. Some utils just to provoke Smoker out of the cover. And now another one. It's a grenade, I believe. No, it's a smoke, actually. They cannot come from the other way because the damage is going to be substantial. They have to come from this angle. They all have to line up to get this one home.
Now, VXC's position is really nice. It's really, really nice. Both the teams, they don't have any more utils left. A self-nade happened a few moments ago from Gamla Boy, but that doesn't change much. He survived. If he was knocked out with that, it could have been fatal to the likes of Marcos Esports. But right away, Ninja Jord, not quite sure about his positioning is compromised or not. But now at this moment, at this hour, things are looking really dicey. The numbers game is there. The vehicle is there. But the way out is blocked. 3 versus 2. This is a moment that everybody's going to watch out with their seat belts completely tightened to themselves. A moment to be cherished. This is the moment where VXT might just open the gates and qualify and fly down to Chennai to play the CEGC 2025 LAN Finals, while on the other end of the spectrum, Marcos Esports willing to find at least one loophole to overpower VXT. Because they are aware the positionings, the angles, they are much, much better for VXT at this moment.
One last fight. It's not at all easy for both the sides to deliver, but look at this. Every now and then, Smoker's feet are visible. Eggy is trying to connect the dots. It's just not happening. Circle is going to push them very, very soon. In the next 20 seconds, you'll get to see the circle getting close off. That's exactly where Ninja Jordan Smoker can have that upper hand in their favor. They have been patient. Eggy has been patient enough to get this fight under their banner. Ralph Kamla yet to find that opening. Honestly, I believe it will all come down to the number of finishes. Because Versatile have got those finishes, 9 finishes in total, and if they get 2 more, if they get 1 more, to be honest, that will be another beneficial stance. Getting back to the last resorts, using pants to take down the player. It is just not going to happen. This is not it. Oh, there was a bullet damage. Smoker retaliated by a pan of his own. He's like, yeah, famous return, dude. There you go. You can cook that winner chicken dinner in that pan. But we are here to qualify for Chennai. Qualify for CEGC 2025. History in making a esports IP of such a scale, backed by the state government, the Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu in it. And now the circle closes off. This is it. The circle is going down. The sun is going down. Let's see who's going to qualify. Oh my God, Marcos Esports, they're out. Versatile, they get the winner with a chicken dinner. And with this winner with a chicken dinner, their hopes of being in the top 8 has been solidified. I truly believe that the amount of points that they've been able to gain, 3 good finishes at the end, along with the 9 that they were already able to acquire, 22 points of a winner chicken dinner. Where the other team, Marcos Esports, who had just a gap of 1 single point, were able to get how many points? Just 7 points, guys. 1 for the finish, 6 for the placement points of being in the top 2. A 22 versus 7. I think it's pretty obvious, guys, who is going to make the cut. It's pretty obvious right now.
One thing is where I believe Victorious Summers, they won the match from that perspective, was changing the drop. And not also that, but also taking the fights where it mattered the most. Somraj knew that, you know, it's not just going to be that easy, because VXT, I mean, they just changed the place. They changed the drop location, did not go and take up a fight against Hero Extreme Godlike, which is again a wise choice. Somraj, once again, they figured out that, okay, we have to take fight where it matters the most. We have to take the fights whenever we are rotating, whenever we are getting a chance. Because at the end of the day, even if we are getting 10 points, that doesn't mean that Marcos or the other teams, those who are below us or maybe above us, they will sit tight without 0-pointer games. They will eventually come and get the scores done. So it's really important for us to balance things out, and that makes Somraj a really versatile IGL with all the teammates that he has. And now the results are really in front of your eyes. Things, the plannings, the strats, everything was on point for them.
A brilliant day indeed, where we have seen Versatile struggling but still trying to come back match by match. They were trying to find their own routings, and in that Miramar, where Hero Extreme got they got their winner chicken dinner. Versatile got their momentum, honestly, I would say. They got their momentum, they got their instinct to survive, they got their instinct to thrive. And then eventually, the very next match, you get to see them pulling off a 22-pointer winner chicken dinner. I mean, what has not happened? Meta NINZA pushed onto them. Even before that, INFINIX Troopers pushed onto them. There was backlines from where K9's Omega was pitching onto them. Marcos Esports, they were throwing grenades onto them. So much has happened. But that resilience to still be there, that resilience to be part of one of the first IPs, government-backed IPs, was there from the sides of Team Versatile. What a way to fight back. Smoker being the IGL, Somraj stepping into the foots of New Filter and eventually getting the frags for the team as well. And I believe there was a match where we saw Somraj being the MVP as well. 6 finishes. I think that was the previous one only. In Miramar itself, we got to see him doing that. And that's exactly why the gap of just a single point was there. And Versatile, they were close enough. It was like they had to finalize this qualification. And that's exactly what they did. For Meta NINZA, for Hero Extreme Godlike, for, I would say, teams like Marcos Esports, it's unfortunate that it came down to this. Even for Wildfang, I would say, because Wildfang and Meta NINZA, both of them, they started with the qualifying spots on this day particularly. If you talk about Wildfang, they had 124 points, 7th spot, 123 points for Meta NINZA. They had the 8th spot, but they tumbled. And that gave the way for K9. That paved the way for Versatile. And I believe, as per my calculations, I truly believe that at this point, yes, these are the top 8.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you as well. I mean, there's a high chance that these are going to be the top 8 teams. And once again, I really feel bad about One Blade, Wild Fangs. You talk about Meta NINZA Esports. I mean, they were good. It's not like they haven't performed, but Wild Fangs, again, for IQ Team Tamilas, how it was yesterday's first 5 games, like it was just not their day. It was a bad day in the office. It is similar to what Wild Fangs had faced today. I mean, even if in every other match they tried so hard in getting finishes and being in the top 8, being in the top 5 in every other match, it was not something that it was not the results that they received from their end. But the MVP for this match has to be Ninja Jod from the Versatile. 6 finishes in his bag with a finish contribution of 50%. So a total of 12 finishes is what VXT has walked out with.
Brilliant stuff, honestly. Ninja Jod going very close to the entry of the barnhouse, sticking right there, hearing all the audio cues, giving the information to his teammate Smoker, and then playing along the way. And then finally, when the zone provoked, this guy was right there, held his composure, brought in his shotgun, S12K, and then connected the dots. What a perfect, picture-perfect play coming in from Ninja Jod. An absolutely lovely game from the sides of Versatile. This is a game that has turned their destiny, and honestly I believe now with a clean fresh start on the LAN venue, this momentum should be replicated on that particular platform as well. But talking about the match summary, you'll get to see is just Team Versatile all the way around, with the team highest finishes, with the best rating as well, and the guy who has got the highest finishes is also Ninja Jod coming in from Team Versatile. But the one who had the best contribution and an amazing 1v3 to prove him his worth is Legit. What a lovely play from his corner.
Yeah, he has been doing a wonderful job for the likes of IQ Soul. Legit, he's a very key player, and I'm really keen to see how he's going to perform in the LAN stage itself, because IQ Soul, they have definitely made it through, there is no doubt about it. They were already in the top 3, top 5, and they will be ending on around the top 5 itself. So with that being said, yeah, definitely it has been a great outing for them. But quickly jumping onto the match standings of how many points did each of the teams accumulate from this match itself. Talking about the first one, VXT, 22 points is what they will be walking away with. K9 with a total of 12 points, then AUTOBOTZ with 11, Hero Extreme Godlike 10. It was a really tragic elimination for Hero Extreme Godlike, but I mean, they did try their best, but it was way, way too late. if they had done these kind of performances from the very day one, or maybe from day two, even if on the day two, after the first half as well, things could have been different for them.
Yeah, that momentum should have been there, but unfortunate that this situation is coming in front of us. Hero Extreme, Godlike, teams like Marcos, Meta Ninja, all of them tried their level best in this final game to relay all the points that were required. But now with the drum roll, let's welcome the top 8 teams of LCQ. The overall standings will be coming in front of your screens very soon, and with this, let's see who's at the 8th spot. Is it Victor? Ooh, Versatile has taken the 7th spot. Victoria Summers gets pushed down to the 8th spot, but they are still in the contention of the top 8 in LCQ. These are the next in-line 8 teams ready for Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025 in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium, Chennai. Team Tamilas, being the table toppers, they're going to the home ground and representing their home ground in a good way. AUTOBOTZ on the other corner, absolute behemoths from their play style. We have seen consistency, we have seen aggression. Lobster, he struggled in semi-finale, but lately, Lobster, Arib, these two guys along with Pro, phenomenal stuff.
Exactly. Beautifully executed fights from all the players out there. Even from the likes of Victoria Summers, they have been really consistent, and now they are in the top 8. But a little sad for Marcos Esports, 151. Last match was definitely a turning point for them, but also for Meta Ninja, close 148, 139 for One Blade, Wild Fang, Zero Extreme Godlike with 137 on the board. 113 for Rising Esports, 98-72 for Mad Kings, Why Not Esports. They also have, like these girls, Why Not Esports, they have showcased some really, really good resilience from their end. Babybot, Boomy, some exceptional players that they have in their roster, and hopefully we can see them do something really great in the upcoming tournaments. But for DSG, I mean, they have to do a very, very hard job in getting things right, getting the basics right, and hopefully they can come back stronger in the upcoming tournaments. But jumping on to the top 5 fraggers, leading the charts will be INFINIX True Rippers Hydro.
Lovely, being the table topper for the team, for the aggression, and eventually pushing his team in the table topper spot. Lovely stuff from Hydro. Legend on the other corner, just shy of 1 frag from where Hydro is sitting at. 44 finishes for him, 40 for Levi from FS Esports. AUTOBOTZ Reap, another brilliant individual from Team AUTOBOTZ. And one of the reasons why AUTOBOTZ is sitting on the top of the leaderboard is because Reap and Pro, both of them were going berserk with the fragging potential. And I truly believe in the top 10 you will get to see Lobster as well from this exact team of AUTOBOTZ. So yeah, overall, a complete package from every single individual out here who are there in the top 5 fraggers list. But what a run for these 24-hour matches. Yes, in the semi-finals we had the round robin method. There were doubts on how the teams are going to build their own momentum, how they're going to perform once there is a break, and after that they come in a different map with different set of teams. But now in these set of 24 matches, we got to see exact teams joining the lobby back and forth, exact maps being replicated every now and then, every single day. 4 rondos overall, and if you see, around 12 Erangels were there. There were Miramars, but at the end, it was Team Tabalas who were able to once again fight back from their struggles that were there on day number 2, I would say. Because if you see Team Tabalas on day number 1, they were able to get 72 points. We were like, hats off, they are going just berserk. On day 2, 28 points for them. On day 3, 30 points for them. But then comes the final day, where they not just take points, but take the table toppers list as well. They're like, yes, we are here. We struggled in semi-finale. Never mind. With a clean slate, with a fresh new mindset, with the momentum, we're going to come to Chennai once again.
Yeah, Chennai is going to be really happy with having their home team in the ground playing in the arena of Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. So guys, those who are watching us live, if you haven't got your tickets yet, go to Kin, get your tickets live, which will be live already. So the entire show is from 14 to 16. The teams and the players will be traveling very soon. Make sure to follow Skyesports on their socials so that you can get all the updates of which team is traveling when, where are they arriving, what are the BTS, and all those media things that you will get to know. All the updates you will get to know from Sky's Esports from Instagram channel. But right now, this is going to be the end for the last chance qualifiers. We will be coming down to the grand finals very soon from 14th to 16th of November. 3 jam-packed days in the arena. 16 teams fighting it out for the 50 lakh prize pool, also for the bragging rights and also for the huge trophy that will be there for the CEGC 2025 just before our teams like INFINIX True Rippers step in for the bigger stages of PMGC. So now I believe this tournament for Jelly, it's really important, and just imagine if anyhow True Rippers wins this tournament.
Oh, it's going to be a fun run, guys. It's definitely going to be very amazing to watch how this entire situation goes down. But this was the grand stage of esports excellence that you were watching for the last 8 days. Of course, the LAN venue is something that you all have to watch out for, and our ticketing partner Kin will be ready for the tickets. The Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu, in association with the government of Tamil Nadu, proudly presented the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025 by Skyesports. Our powering partner were AMD, mobility partner was Mahindra, associate partner is the production lab WD Black and Red Bull, official display partner is Zovi, and ticketing partner is Kin. Get your tickets right now. We'll say bye-bye.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Pretty soul, I make a phase. How did I go from a stranger to someone you hit up when you need a fave? Drop low on occasion, and I bless that heart. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold that, let me take my time. Say so when I make that mine. Hold that, let me take my time. We spot for the brown eyes. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold that, let me take my time.
Move out the way like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. Try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. I got a plan. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like, do you know who I am? Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. van. Lapped up, trying to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Damn, try to get my van. Lapped up, try to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn, stick with me, I got 'em. Like damn, throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn, stick with me, I got 'em. Like damn, throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn, throwing bands and it's making them.